Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chance of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective, on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes. But he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch, and I could go on and on and on, to include the so-called new Supreme Leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and downed 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence. A massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them, and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready if ordered or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command of Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required, stand ready to do so again. And I want to thank my team at the Joint Staff, who work literally around the clock in order to help me offer the options that I must with the associated risks to the Secretary and to the President. They are the hardest working people that I know, and I am deeply grateful for their service. Most importantly today, I want to thank America's members of the Joint Force who've poured everything that they can into Operation Epic Fury, and their families who've worked 24 hours a day for 38 days. The Secretary and I could not be more proud of each and every one of you. And we deeply appreciate the support of the American people, who we know always have us in our thoughts and prayers. And we can feel this literally every single day. As the Secretary said, the United States has devastated the regime's ability to harm Americans and our interests for years to come. Since the beginning of major combat operations, the United States Joint Force has struck more than 13,000 targets, including in that 13,000, more than 4,000 dynamic targets that popped up on the battlefield and were immediately addressed, thanks to the exceptional command and control system and intelligence, acumen, and agility of our Joint Force. CENTCOM forces destroyed approximately 80% of Iran's air defense systems, striking more than 1,500 air defense targets, more than 450 ballistic missile storage facilities, 800 one-way attack drones storage facilities. All of these systems are gone. We've devastated Iran's command and control and logistical networks, destroying more than 2,000 command and control nodes and degrading their ability to target U.S. and friendly forces. It is, and we know this, incredibly frustrating right now to be a lower level Iranian commander trying to fight your fight. As the Secretary said, the Iranian Navy now lies mostly at the bottom of the Arabian Gulf, and we assess that we've sunk more than 90% of their regular fleet, including all of the major surface combatants, as the Secretary said. 150 ships are at the bottom of the ocean, and half of the IRGC Navy's small attack boats. Joint fires protected from the land, sea, and air executed more than 700 strikes against naval mine targets, and we had assessed that we destroyed more than 95% of their naval mines. And perhaps most importantly, we've destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, their ability to reconstitute those capabilities for years to come. We attacked, along with our partners, approximately 90% of their weapons factories. Every factory that produced Shahed one-way attack drones was struck. Every factory that produces the guidance systems that go into those drones was struck. Their missile defense industrial base is shattered, with more than 80% of their missile facilities gone, as well as their solid rocket motor production capability. It will take years for Iran to rebuild any major surface combatants, as more than 20 naval production and fabrication facilities have been damaged or destroyed, and nearly 80% of Iran's nuclear industrial base was hit, further degrading their attempts to attain a nuclear weapon. Throughout Operation Epic Fury, our joint force struck at the heart of Iran's ability to project power and threaten the United States and the region. And in order to do this, it required the service and sacrifice of more than 50,000 American warfighters deployed across CENTCOM, EUCOM, and stateside. The Joint Force flew more than 10,000 missions, including 62 bomber missions, 18 of which flew round trip from the United States to deliver bombs on military targets. Each of these missions was more than 30 hours in duration, and we did that 18 times. No other military in the world can do that. And it's a testament to the logistical force that quietly serves behind them. I cannot thank TRANSCOM and the Air Force Tanker and Mobility Force more. Combined with Army and Navy joint fires, we struck more than 13,000 targets. And along with our goal...
Good morning. I'll get back to this in 1 sec. The Pope has announced just 2 minutes ago he's requesting that people join him in St. Peter's Basilica on Saturday, April 11th at 6 p.m. So this Saturday at 6 p.m. Rome time, the Pope would like people to join him in Rome for a peace vigil. All right, it's a prayer vigil for peace. The Pope will celebrate it. He is inviting people to join him at 6 p.m. Rome time, Saturday, April 11th. He just announced it. The Pope is going to have a world vigil for peace. Okay, so if you're near Rome on Saturday at 6 p.m. Rome time, which is I think noon Eastern, go to St. Peter's Basilica. The Pope would like to see you.
Gulf partners, we've thus far intercepted 1,700 ballistic missiles and one-way attack drones, defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population. And
yes, as many people as possible, Soul Controllers, should go to Rome for Saturday at 6 p.m. That's what the Pope wants.
And we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee.
I understand, Sean. everyone's going to like or not like a given religious leader. They have like a really tough job. So I understand. Fate's a very personal thing. You're welcome to your opinion. I like Pope Francis personally. I thought he was really cool. It's not because of his views on social issues. It's how he manages the church. If you manage the Curia well, I think you do a good job.
Coffee, 2 million energy
Hi, Claude Bell. Good to see you.
drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem.
Did you hear what he said?
Defending our forces and our partners in the civilian population, and we remain ready to do so should the need arise. Along the way, we consume more than 6 million meals, and by my estimate, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, 2 million energy drinks, and a lot of nicotine, but I am not saying that we have a problem. I've laid out the statistics, but it does not truly capture the nature of combat. This is gritty and unforgiving business. It's chaotic, it's hot, it's dark, it's unpredictable, and there's always unknowns. And our people proudly walked into those unknowns and continue forward. And through it all, the Joint Force has demonstrated the unwavering resolve that the nation demands of us. We are a mission-focused force, and our objectives always is to create the conditions for peace, and today we have, while be ready should that peace break, which we hope it is not, and we remain ready. Before I turn it back to the Secretary, I also want to quickly revisit the rescue of the Air Force fighter crew over the weekend. To give you an update, we've had, the Secretary and I have had the profound honor of speaking directly with many of the warfighters on that mission, from the downed crew that were picked up to those forces that went and got them. Hearing these stories firsthand has only deepened our appreciation for their tenacity, creativity, courage, and grit of the American Joint Force. This is a story that gets to the very heart and soul of who we are as a joint force, who we are as Americans. Selfless sacrifice in service of others. From the backseater, Dude 44 Bravo, whose pure and unadulterated joy at seeing those helicopters come into the valley to get his front seater in daylight, because he knew the front seater did not have a jacket, and was so filled with heart-leaping joy at his front seater getting picked up, to the nighttime folks that went in and then got him, to the tanker forces that did the things that they had to do to give their own gas away, to the support packages, to those that went into the desert landing site not once, not twice, but 3 times as we fought through multiple contingencies. This was and is a joint force that has the guts to try, that does not quit, and who each and every day does the things that we must to dare to win. No lives were lost. We succeeded because the Joint Force is always at the ready. They trust each other, they trust their leaders, and they trust their training. And they remember first, foremost, and always that we do these things so that others may live, and we will never leave anyone behind. The success of Operation Fury thus far, and we hope it remains, culminates with this incredible rescue over the weekend, a direct example of the professionalism and courage of the United States military and our joint force. It's the service members on the front lines, our partners in the region, our teammates in the intelligence community, our civilian leaders in the OSW side of the house, the American workers who build the tools and weapons that we use, and the American people who back us up that help us to go do these things. I stand here humbled today, but frankly not surprised by what the Joint Force has been able to do. Their performance is fueled by a deep commitment to each other, their mission, and to our country. It is an incredible, deep honor for me to be a part of this Joint Force, and I'm humbled by the service and sacrifice each and every day that I am lucky enough to see. And finally, as I always do, I ask that we never forget our fallen and their families, especially those 13 fallen from Operation Epic Fury. May we always be worthy of their sacrifice and honor their legacy. And with that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll take a few questions.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. First of all, thank you to our troops. What role is our military playing in escorting vessels through the Strait of Hormuz at this point? And the president said on Truth Social that the U.S. will be hanging around to make sure everything goes well. Obviously, Mr. Secretary, you just mentioned, we know the scars from hanging around in Iraq for decades. But what does that entail in terms of our military presence at this juncture?
Yeah, we'll be hanging around. We're not going anywhere. We're going to make sure Iran complies with this ceasefire, and then ultimately comes to the table and makes a deal. So we'll stay put, stay ready, stay vigilant, as the chairman laid out. Our troops are prepared to defend, prepared to go on offense, prepared to restart at a moment's notice with whatever target package would be needed in order to ensure that Iran complies. As far as the Strait, you saw the initial agreement that was struck, which is Iran's letting ships go through. So they'll be that will be happening. They will be sailing, and ultimately, as the president, I mean, we've done an incredible job militarily inside the Strait of Hormuz. What Admiral Cooper, I failed to mention Admiral Cooper's name. He's done a phenomenal job, along with everybody at AFCENT, NAVCENT, and ARCENT, and all the components down there, laying the groundwork for Iran. Iran doesn't have the same ability to defend it the way they did before, and so as the president has pointed out to the rest of the world, we barely get any of our energy out of the Strait. Just a tiny fraction. It's time for the rest of the world to step up and ensure that that stays open after President Trump and the War Department brought Iran to the place where they are voluntarily opening it right now, as was announced last night. Yes, Jared.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you both for the update. President Trump posted on Truth Social this morning that there has been a very productive regime change in Iran, and that there will be no enrichment of uranium, and the U.S. will work with Iran to dig up and remove the deeply buried nuclear dust. So I just have two questions here. So both you, Mr. Secretary, and the President have referred to a new regime in Iran. So is this not the regime that was at war with us for 47 years? And what do we think of when we're saying that this is a new regime? What are we thinking and what are we saying there? And then my second question is, with any future deal with Iran, is their handing over of all of their enriched uranium and they're promising not to enrich any future uranium a non-negotiable for the U.S.?
Well, it's always been non-negotiable that they won't have nuclear capabilities. And so right now it's buried and we're watching it. We know exactly what they have. And they know that, and they will either give it to us, which the president has laid out. They'll give it to us voluntarily. We'll get it. We'll take it out. Or if we have to do something else ourselves, like we did in Midnight Hammer or something like that, we reserve that opportunity. But what's clear, what the new Iranian regime knows, is they'll never have a nuclear weapon or the capability to get a path to one. As far as the new regime, you heard the list that I read. It's a new group of people who've seen the full capability of the United States military and has a new calculus about what it means to negotiate with us, hence why they came to the table wanting a ceasefire and the shooting to stop. So this new regime, which the regime has been changed, has a different interaction with the U.S. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, thank you.
Of course. I was going in front right here.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary and General Kane. Mary Margaret with the Daily Wire. Two questions. Iran has said that safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz will be possible in coordination with Iran's armed forces and, quote, technical limitations. What do you believe that means? And then we've also heard reports that Iran has continued striking targets well into this morning. At what point are we beyond a grace period? Are we giving them a grace period? Is there a miscommunication there? What's going on with that?
What we know is that Iran is going to say a lot of things. A lot of people are going to say a lot of things, claim a lot of things. What has been agreed to, what's been stated, is the strait is open. Our military is watching. I'm sure their military is watching, but commerce will flow. And that's what you saw the markets react to, is that reality. As far as shooting, that we were monitoring it last night in real time. Of course we are. Iran would be wise to find a way to get the carrier pigeon to their troops out in remote locations to know not to shoot. not to shoot any longer one-way attacks or missiles, because this is it takes time sometimes for ceasefires to take hold. We're watching it. We're prepared if necessary, but we hope and believe that it'll hold. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Why are you so rude? Just wait. I'm calling on people.
Thank you, Secretary.
Good. That is how listen. It's not to like scold them, but like there's an order. He picks who he wants to ask questions to. Don't talk out of turn. That was very rude.
Yesterday in the President's Truth Social, he threatened to wipe out a civilization. That statement elicited a huge response in America. If Iran did not come to the table and make a deal yesterday by the deadline, was the president really prepared to wipe out Iran entirely?
Like I said, we had a target set, locked and loaded, of infrastructure, bridges, power plants. Remember, this is a terror regime, the military regime. Used all of these things for dual use to fund their military, to fund their terror campaigns. We had a lot of legitimate targets. They knew exactly the scope of what we were capable of. We hit some military targets on Karg, which is a bit of a signal. They can't defend it. And so Iran ultimately understood their ability, their future, to produce, to generate power, to fuel their terrorist regime was in our hands, was in President Trump's hands. That's why they came to the table. He ultimately said, we can take it all from you. Your ability to export energy will be taken away. And the United States military has the ability to strike those things with impunity. That type of threat is what brought them to the place where they effectively said, hey, okay, we want to cut this deal. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman. David Zia, Real America's Voice. During the ceasefire, what do we do when we see Iran rearming, regrouping, repositioning weapon systems and air defenses? And also, have we confirmed the specific model type of air defense or man pads that took down our F-15? And is it still a threat for our patrols?
We're still working through the specific details around that particular shoot down. And the crews, when they normally return, go through a debriefing process along with the other members of that flight that were out there. And they'll go back, as they always do, and forensically look at what are the tactical lessons learned. Did we sense or see something? Could we have done something different? We do that, as I mentioned in a prior press conference, every single time we take any loss like that, so that we become a quick learning organization. On the other part of your question around the movement of Iranian military forces, U.S. CENTCOM will continue to monitor that situation. They will continue to have a series of response options, and if need be, will come to the Secretary and to the President for guidance and be prepared to do the things that they're ordered to do so against valid military targets in accordance with the normal procedures that we have.
I would just note, it's a good question. The more Iran moves forces, the more they emplace forces, the more easily targetable they are for us right now. Remember, we're able to look, we're able to see, we're able to sense. We know so if they try to pre-position, they're just creating riper military targets for us to strike should they make the wrong decision at the table. Right here.
Mr. Secretary, Louis Martinez with ABC News. First, a question to General Kane, sir. In your personal opinion, were the risks of the Strait of Hormuz being closed because of the conflict, were they mitigated early enough in part of the decision-making process to lead up to the decision to take action against Iran? And in your opinion, is Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz? We just heard the Secretary say that Iran is letting them ships through, which would imply that potentially it's not just. The Secretary also said that the U.S. That the strait is open. You did say that, sir. But in your opinion, sir, how can the U.S. ensure safe passage? Mr. Secretary, can you say today that the United States achieved, the administration achieved the military goals that you've constantly delineated? But strategically, is that a victory because of that? And also, you said earlier that the president chose mercy. But you yourself had said 3 weeks ago that we will give no quarter to Iranian troops. How do you correlate those two? And do you think that your comments may have put American troops at risk?
No. I try to be nice up here, but you did listen to what I said, right? I laid out the objectives. We believe we've accomplished them, and it's a historic military victory. And President Trump has the option as the commander-in-chief to compel an adversary to the table, which is precisely what he did. And at the end, he chose to say, you know what, I'd rather talk to you at the table than obliterate your capability to export oil and fund your terror regime. So he did make that choice. That was his choice. He was a president of peace, and he's been willing to make those really tough calls that the American people elected him to do. Nothing we've done, not a single thing we've done. This is a typical, of course, it's ABC. Not a single thing we've done has put an American troop in more of a harm's way. We've only set our troops up to harm Iranian military capabilities, which they've done to devastating fashion and to great success. Mr. Chairman, you had a part of that
There's a
question.
lot in that
Hagsith's job is on the line right now, and he knows it.
question. I'd love to take that offline and answer it, but I'm struggling to find exactly what your question was, and that's probably me, not you. Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
Mr. Chairman, it was an indictment framed as a question, so you're forgiven for not understanding. Go ahead, please.
Can I frame it again, sir?
No, you've had your chance. Go ahead, sir.
Open right now.
Thank you very much.
I believe so,
Mr.
based on the
Thank you very
diplomatic
much, Mr.
negotiation. So
Secretary.
I believe so.
It is open.
No, it's not open. Oh, that was a bad answer. I just looked at the maps. It's not open, bruh. I just read listen, I don't know if the chairman didn't get this update, but I just heard a recording of or a readout of the message that the IRGC sent to the ships. None of them are moving because they said that if the ships don't get permission from the IRGC Navy, then they're not allowed to go through the straits. Our general should not have said that.
Nice to see you. Sorry. Mr. Kurd or Rahim Rashidi from Kurdistan. I am representative Kurdistan TV and Kurdistan 24 today. I have two questions. Mr. Secretary, will your forces stay in the region and continue to defend and protect your allies and take the responsibility for their security? Second question is, as you mentioned many times, that you have full control of Iran airspace. Do you still have this control or not?
Well, thank you for the question. The chairman mentioned the UAE and Bahrain and Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, who have fought shoulder to shoulder with us, especially in defense of our facilities, of our people, of their facilities, and we appreciate that. So that coordination, of course, will continue. And then when it comes to the skies over Iran, I would point to Exhibit A and Exhibit B, 7 hours in the day, 7 hours at night. If any foreign adversary had attempted to do the same over our soil, they would have no ability to do so. Will they have a system here or there? Maybe. Do they have a network, a system that's capable of defending their skies? No, they don't. It's, as the chairman laid out, that's been dismantled, degraded, and destroyed. So it's a slight distinction, but an important one. Yes, right here. Go ahead.
General George in the middle of a war.
Excuse me. You got a question? Go ahead. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Two questions actually for you. So during this time, is the president are you still encouraging civilians to rise up against the Iranian regime, or are they satisfied with this new regime change, or is this two-week period to kind of see where that leads? Also, talk about the enriched uranium going in there. Would that require special forces or other military, our service members? Who would be basically going in there and trusted to going in there to get that uranium out?
Mm-hmm. Again, on the uranium, we're watching it. We know what they have, and they will give it up, and we'll get it, and we'll take it. If we have to, we can do it in any means necessary. So that's something the president is going to solve for. We already have with Midnight Hammer, with the place we put them in, and the reason it's in the situation where it is. The second one was about the people. Listen, I would love to see the Iranian people take advantage of this opportunity. They have been oppressed by the previous regime, and they'll have a new opportunity with this regime. That remains to be seen. That was not our objective in this effort, but they're brave people. Horrible things have been done to them by the previous regime, tens of thousands targeted.
What? I thought regime change was the point. All right, this isn't good.
Killed and assassinated in a way the government never should, and we wish them the best, absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
we wish them the best. What? Good morning. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. The bombs are falling. Iran is, well, Israel bombed Lebanon 100 times in 10 minutes, about an hour ago. And then Iran bombed Kuwait and the UAE in response. Maybe Bahrain too. Okay? That was like maybe 25 to 30 minutes ago. And the Strait of Hormuz is not open. And the whole point of the war was to change the regime. And now Mr. Secretary of War was like, well, that was never really our purpose. Good luck to the Iranian people. What? Yeah, also, Israel was never going to keep any ceasefire. They weren't part of a ceasefire. They didn't even get called about the ceasefire. They were told it like 5 minutes before it was announced. Israel has a lot of pride. The government of Israel hates being treated that way. It's 8:45 a.m., by the way. That was a hell of a day yesterday. Oh. Hold on one second. Yesterday was a hell of a day. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. It's 8:45 a.m. It's Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. It's 2:45 p.m. in South Africa, 3:45 p.m. in Tel Aviv, and it's 4:15 p.m. in Tehran. Hello, Marcia. God bless you, my dear friend. How are you doing? I hope you had a wonderful Easter weekend. I'm so glad to see you. I'm going to show you what's going on. But I'll tell you a little bit about what happened last night. I'll show you the videos. Iran broke my mind. I don't know what happened. By the way, I checked all those songs we listened to. Every single one of them was approved to be played. So I don't know why it shut the stream off. I got to send like an error report. I went through every one. Every single one of them was approved. Not a single one of them was not in the database. Our stream got, I didn't get like stopped, but the AI that does this new like music licensing for YouTube didn't like know some of the tracks were licensed. So anyway, we did a little bit of like radio last night. We listened to Immortal Technique for like 45 minutes in a row because I was just so mad. The whole thing is a farce. Like this is not a ceasefire. Okay, I found a really good post about it. This is two sides making unilateral declarations of victory. America has 15 points. Iran has 10 points. None of them overlap really, and neither side has agreed to any of the other side's terms. They just both announced that they have unilateral terms. The Strait of Hormuz isn't even open. It's like this weird, like Kafka, sort of like Orwellian-esque doublespeak, where the words don't mean what they ostensibly purport to mean. It's like the phony ceasefire. We were in the phony war, now we're in the phony ceasefire. That was a ridiculous press conference. Let's just say Iran does not take Mr. Pete Hegseth very seriously. You want to see the video they made about him? I know, Tiffany Bob, it's just like incompetence. I don't know what to say. Like, we proclaimed we were going in there to change the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime is still in charge. Of course the IRGC is still in charge. Want to see what they just put out? I'll show you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Good morning. We had a hell of a day yesterday. That was the strangest night I've ever covered during this war. It literally broke me. I couldn't understand why, because it was so fake. There was no like legitimacy to the like end of the negotiations or the announcements. It was just both sides trolling each other. The Iranians wrote a letter yesterday announcing but you have to understand, Iran is like two different things. Okay, it has like the political body, which is not really in charge, and then they only have a political body because of the 1906 reforms. It has to do with like early British colonialism in the Middle East, and like with like Iranian oil rights and stuff like that. So the British didn't want Iran to have a parliament in 1906, so they just made a parliament to spite the British. But the parliament in Iran is a functionary. It doesn't, it's perfunctory. It doesn't actually have any power. The power in Iran is the supreme leader and the Supreme National Council and the IRGC, who answer to the supreme leader directly. It's like a strange sort of political system. It's an autocracy, and then also there's this decentralized command and control. Like, it's very hard to explain. There's a system set up so the political class can't make a deal that undermines the supreme leader in the army. Like, the country is like a military autocracy, like a theological military autocracy. It's like a religious autocracy. But it has like a very good system. Mr. Secretary Hagseth was wrong there. Iran has they use radios, they don't use carrier pigeons, and they don't need to send orders to anyone, because the command and control in the field doesn't have to listen to anyone except for the supreme leader. And I don't even know if the supreme leader is capable of like communicating in English. Theocracy, yeah, that's the word. It's a theocracy, but it has like a pseudo parliament. That's the best way I can explain it. And it has a parliament as like a representation of anti-Western imperialism. The British didn't want Iran to have a parliament in 1906, so Iran made a parliament. That's kind of like the irony of the Iranian parliament. All right, here's the latest from the IRGC. They put this out overnight, or maybe not overnight, like an hour ago.
Conversation. Urgent. Statement 100 of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The targets of the American and Zionist enemies, from the shores of the Mediterranean Sea to the east of the Arabian Peninsula, have come under heavy fire within the 100th wave of Operation True Promise 4. You have demonstrated loyalty, jihad, sacrifice, insight, profound vision, and conscious understanding, coupled with unity, fidelity, and devotion to the guardianship all at once. Your sons and devoted Mujahideen servants in the Guard and Barsi, last night, and by the grace of God and with your support, O dear people, responded to the enemy's insolence from the previous day and fulfilled their duty in the finest manner. In the 100th wave of Operation True Promise 4, under the banner, O Fatima al-Zahra, they targeted more than 25 strategic enemy sites belonging to the aggressors, including 13 energy facilities and oil transmission lines linked to America and the Zionist entity, 10 military, security, and logistical targets, in addition to several technological targets and enemy infrastructure, delivering crushing blows against them. In this operational wave, dedicated to our martyred leader, the Supreme Ayatollah Imam Khamenei, the fighters of the Aerospace Force of the Revolutionary Guard targeted American and Zionist enemy positions from the Mediterranean shores to the east of the Arabian Peninsula with heavy fire. To make the foolish enemy understand that aggression against the Iranian people's infrastructure will have dire consequences. And now, the guardians of the Iranian people from the Guard adhere to the orders of the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, with their fingers on the trigger. Drawing on vast expertise gained from 2 imposed wars against the joint American-Zionist front, and they are prepared to forge an even greater epic should the enemy commit a new miscalculation. America's partners in the region have witnessed with their own eyes the impotence of the United States and the Zionist entity. It is fitting for them to take heed and cease cooperating with the enemies of Islam. The enemy is ever deceitful, and its promises cannot be trusted, and we will respond to any aggression at an escalated level.
And so this is what the IRGC just released for Wave 100. This is what the IRGC... This is what the IRGC just released for Wave 100. If you get your whole full screen setup done. Alright, there we go. This is what Wave 100 from the IRGC. From the heirs of the prophet David to the descendants of Qurun. This was I believe this was a Bahraini martyr who was killed by the security service in Bahrain. His family released images in his honor. Oh, don't get him going about the alien. Yes, Wayne, Immortal Technique. We love Immortal Technique. All those songs are fine. Immortal Technique has a lot of his catalog in the music sharing thing, which is great. I love the music sharing thing, but it needs an update because YouTube has this like music monitoring bot, and it doesn't know, like the music monitoring bot doesn't have all the updated like revenue sharing approved songs. So I just need to write like a letter. I need to write like a form to tell them that so that they'll update it, and then I'll play music again. I can still play it. It doesn't do anything. It's just the bot misfires. It doesn't know that you have a license for the track. But I love the feature. It's really cool. For those of you who missed it, YouTube's rolling out this beta feature where you can, as a creator, go into this music library and search songs, and it tells you which ones you can play during your stream, which ones you have to buy. Like you can buy a limited use of a song if the artist wants, or you can play it and give them part of your ad revenue, or you can't play it. It says it like right in the catalog, but the feature's not perfect yet. I love it. All right, that's enough. Unhurried Journey, enough. You're distracting the chat. I'm going to have to ban you. You said one regular comment about them taking the piss, so I know you are from the UK. I know you are capable of speaking in regular syntax. Did you know I spent some time in Bath? It was lovely. Anyway, Unhurried Journey, I'm fully aware that you are capable of conversing about the subject matter at hand. You said they're taking the piss, okay? So, like, drop the other stuff. You don't need to constantly yell about aliens. I'm going to have the chat moms time you out if you keep doing that. You're just distracting chat, which makes me think you're being subversive. Last warning. You think that I haven't seen LARPing before? Bro. I'm pretty sure I've been on the internet longer than you've been alive. My friends invented the internet. I'm giving speeches at the Internet Archive. Alright? Like, you don't have to LARP. You can just hang out. If you LARP, I will ban you. No LARPing. I think he's LARPing, actually, misbehavior. It's like a more subversive form of trolling. It's not my first day on the internet, though. Alright. I'll take you to when I woke up. There's a press briefing at 1 p.m. at the White House, by the way. We'll take that. Alright, this is what happened in Lebanon. Alright, so as the ceasefire happened last night, let me just show you what happened.
That would be either the detonation of an interceptor missile.
This was as the ceasefire was announced. There was a giant launch of missiles at
we
Israel.
saw one of those with the secondary boosters, and they're really terrifying because they're firing the propellant of the missile itself, trying to screen faster than 1,000 miles an hour as it's re-entering the Earth's atmosphere. It'll fire that secondary booster, trying to evade the interceptor missiles and hit a target on the ground. That one, as it was firing its secondary booster, we saw 2 interceptors tracing for it, and then it went out over the Mediterranean, over the water there, so it missed, and that's obviously a good sign. We had some deep rumbles from a couple other explosions.
This was after the ceasefire.
I just got from the IDF. I was able to text just now. I'm curious because we had about 20 minutes ago had alerts in the south and had been told that that was potentially from the Houthis in Yemen, that missile in southern Israel was not from Iran. This latest attack on Tel Aviv in central Israel, I'm told by the IDF, was in fact fired by Iran.
And then the alerts just start like going off in the middle of his report, okay? Now, I'll show you a little bit. So, if you're just tuning in, last night was absurd. I don't even know how to explain what happened last night. The Iranians announced that the Americans like basically capitulated. Hezbollah was like posting videos of like depleted American flags. There were like celebrations in downtown Baghdad. Like this is how the Iranian TV announced the end of the cessation of hostilities for the ceasefire. They basically proclaimed victory and said America completely capitulated.
و قهرمان ایران میرساند. دشمن در جنگ ناجوانمردانه، غیرقانونی و جنایتکارانه خود علیه ملت ایران دچار شکستی غیرقابل انکار، تاریخی و خرد کننده شده و به برکت خون پاک و مطهر رهبر شهید انقلاب اسلامی حضرت آیت الله العظما امام خامنه ای سلام الله علیه، تدابیر رهبر معظم انقلاب اسلامی و فرمانده معظم کل قوا حضرت آیت الله سید مجتبی خامنه ای حفظه الله و مجاهدت و رشادت رزمندگان اسلام در جبهه ها و به ویژه حضور تاریخی ماندگار و حماسی شما ملت عزیز در صحنه از همان نخستین روزهای آغاز جنگ ایران به یک پیروزی عظیم دست پیدا کرد و امریکای جنایتکار را مجبور به پذیرش طرح 10 ماده‌ای خود نمود که در آن امریکا به طور اصولی متعهد به عدم تجاوز، استمرار کنترل ایران بر تنگه هرمز، پذیرش غنیسازی، رفع همه تحریم‌های اولیه و ثانویه، تمامی قطعنامه‌های شورای امنیت.
All right, so, and then I'll show you the statement from the Supreme Council. I mean, when you listen to this thing, it really does sound like Iran was trolling. Like, I don't think anyone believes that there's a ceasefire. I think Iran just wanted to kind of, I mean, it kind of humiliated the U.S., it humiliated Israel, and then it kind of, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it put this statement out that was one of the weirdest things. If you read it, it sounds like Iran is setting itself up to be like the new ruler of like the world. All right, take a listen. This is what the Supreme Council the Supreme National Security Council, which is below only the Supreme Leader. It's like who the Supreme Leader like tells to do things, okay? It's like above the IRGC, as our dear friend Avery explained earlier. It's separate from the political wing. The Supreme Leader's in charge, the Supreme National Council is below the Supreme Leader, and then the IRGC. So these people are like, other than the Supreme Leader, these people are in charge, okay? The other group, the Army, is part of the IRGC, but it's more like, it's like a subservient branch. And then the political wing, like, they're just a completely different thing, and they don't have any control over the state.
Conversation. Statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council on the 2-week ceasefire and negotiation conditions, Part 1. The enemy has suffered an undeniable, historic and crushing defeat in its cowardly, illegal and criminal war against the Iranian nation. Thanks to the pure and innocent blood of the martyred leader of the Islamic Revolution, His Highness Ayatollah Sayyid Imam Khamenei, may God bless him and grant him peace. The measures of the Supreme Leader of the Islamic Revolution and Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, His Highness Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, may God protect him, the struggle and bravery of the warriors of Islam on the fronts, and especially the historic, lasting and epic presence of you, the dear nation, on the scene from the very first days of the war. Iran achieved a great victory and forced the criminal America to accept its 10-point plan, in which the United States is committed in principle to guaranteeing non-aggression, continuing Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, accepting enrichment, lifting all primary and secondary sanctions, terminating all resolutions of the Security Council and the Board of Governors, paying Iran compensation, withdrawing American combat forces from the region and stopping the war on all fronts, including against the heroic Lebanese Islamic resistance. We congratulate all the people of Iran on this victory and emphasize that until the details of this victory are finalized, there is still a need for perseverance and prudence on the part of the authorities and for maintaining the unity and solidarity of the Iranian people. Islamic Iran, together with the brave resistance fighters in Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen and occupied Palestine, has dealt blows to the enemy in the past 40 days that the historical memory of the world will never forget. Iran and the Axis of Resistance, as representatives of honor and humanity against the most savage enemies of humanity, have taught them an unforgettable lesson after a historic battle and have crushed their forces, facilities, infrastructure and all their political, economic, technological and military capital to such an extent that the enemy has now decay and despair and sees no other way than surrendering to the will of the great Iranian nation and the noble Axis of Resistance before it. On the first day that Iran's criminal enemies began this cruel war, they thought that they would achieve complete military dominance over Iran in a short time and, by creating political and social instability, would surrender Iran. They thought that Iran's missile and drone fire would quickly die down, and they did not believe that Iran could give them such a powerful response beyond its borders and across the entire region. The evil global Zionism had convinced the ignorant American president that this war would finish Iran off and that by eliminating this last bastion of humanity, they could now easily commit any crime against anyone they wanted. They dreamed of dividing dear Iran, plundering its oil and wealth, and ultimately leaving the Iranians in the midst of chaos, instability, and insecurity for many years to come. The brave warriors of Islam and their brave allies in the Axis of Resistance, despite their hearts being wounded and torn to pieces by the martyrdom of their Imam, relied on God Almighty and the Lord and Master of Martyrs, and decided to teach these enemies a historical lesson once and for all, take revenge on them for all their past crimes, and create conditions in which the enemy would forever banish the idea of aggression against dear Iran and fully taste the taste of humiliation in front of the great Iranian nation. Statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council on the 2-week ceasefire and negotiation conditions, Part 2. With this strategy and relying on the unprecedented political and social unity that had been created in the country, Iran and the resistance began one of the heaviest combined battles in history with America and the Zionist regime. And during the time they achieved all the goals they had planned for this battle. Iran and the resistance almost completely destroyed the American military machine in the region, dealt crushing and deep blows to the massive infrastructure and facilities that the enemy had built and deployed in the region over the years for this war with Iran, inflicted massive casualties on the criminal American army on a regional scale, inflicted devastating and crushing blows on the enemy's forces, infrastructure, facilities, and assets inside the occupied territories, and narrowed the field on all fronts to the enemy to such an extent that not only were none of the enemy's main goals achieved, but the enemy realized about 10 days after the start of the war that it would not be able to win this war in any way. For this reason, it began trying to communicate with Iran through various channels and methods and request a ceasefire. The noble nation of Iran, who knows that thanks to the struggle of its children and their historical presence on the scene, the enemy has been begging for more than a month to stop the fierce fire of Iran and the resistance. But the country's officials, because it was decided from the very beginning that the war would continue until the goals were achieved, including the enemy's regret and despair and the removal of the long-term threat to the country, responded negatively to all these requests. And the war has continued until today, which is the 40th day. Iran has also rejected the deadlines presented by the US president several times and continues to emphasize that it does not attach any importance to any kind of deadline from the enemy. We now give the good news of Iran of the good news that almost all the objectives of the war have been achieved and your brave sons have brought the enemy to historic impotence and a lasting defeat. The historic decision of Iran, which enjoys the unified support of the entire nation, is to continue this battle for as long as necessary until its great achievements are consolidated and new security and political equations are created in the region based on the acceptance of the power and sovereignty of Iran and the resistance. In this regard, Iran, and in accordance with the advice of the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, Ayatollah Sayyid Mojtaba Khamenei, may God protect him, and the approval of the Supreme National Security Council, and considering Iran's upper hand and resistance on the battlefield, and the enemy's inability to carry out its threats despite all claims, and the official acceptance of all the legitimate demands of the Iranian people, it was decided to hold negotiations in Islamabad to finalize the details so that within a maximum of 15 days. With the finalization of the details of Iran's victory on the battlefield, it can also be consolidated in political negotiations. In this regard, Iran, while rejecting all the plans presented by the enemy, formulated a 10-point plan and presented it to the American side through Pakistan, emphasizing fundamental points such as controlled passage through the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with the Iranian armed forces, which would grant Iran a unique economic and geopolitical position, the necessity of ending the war against all elements of the axis of resistance, which would mean the historic defeat of the aggression of the child-killing Israeli regime, the withdrawal of US combat forces from all bases and deployment points in the region, the establishment of a safe transit protocol in the Strait of Hormuz in a way that guarantees Iran's dominance according to the agreed protocol, full payment of Iran's damages according to estimates, the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions and resolutions of the Board of Governors and the Security Council, the release of all Iranian assets and properties frozen abroad, and finally the ratification of all these matters in a binding Security Council resolution. It should be noted that the ratification of this resolution will turn all these agreements into binding international law and will create an important diplomatic victory for the Iranian nation. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan has informed Iran that the American side, despite all the apparent threats, has accepted these principles as the basis for negotiations and has surrendered to the will of the Iranian people. Accordingly, it was decided at the highest level that Iran will hold negotiations with the American side in Islamabad for 2 weeks and solely on the basis of these principles. It is emphasized that this does not mean an end to the war, and Iran will accept an end to the war only when, in view of Iran's acceptance of the principles envisaged in the 10-point plan, its details are also finalized in the negotiations. Statement by Iran's Supreme National Security Council on the 2-week ceasefire and negotiation conditions, third and final part. These negotiations will begin in Islamabad on Friday, April 11th, with complete distrust of the American side, and Iran will allocate 2 weeks for these negotiations. This time can be extended by agreement of the parties. It is necessary to maintain complete national unity during this period and to continue the victory celebrations with strength. The current negotiations are national negotiations and a continuation of the field, and it is necessary for all people, elites, and political groups to trust and support this process, which is under the supervision of the revolutionary leaders and the highest levels of the system, and to strictly avoid any divisive statements. If the surrender of the enemy in the field becomes a decisive political achievement in the negotiations, we will celebrate this great historical victory together. Otherwise, we will fight side by side in the field until all the demands of the Iranian nation are achieved. Our hands are on the trigger, and as soon as the slightest mistake by the enemy is made, it will be responded to with full force. Supreme National Security Council, April 19, 1405.
Okay, so I will show you what happened then. Alright, as soon as that was announced, Iran launched a massive salvo of missiles. A massive salvo of missiles at Tel Aviv. I mean, it was, I would say, like 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row, just bomb after bomb after bomb. Okay, so second time, you can see my update. Second time, so they fired for the second time last night after the ceasefire at 7:34. They fired again at 7:50. They fired again at 7:56. They fired again at 8:16 p.m. Eastern. They fired again at 8:21, so this was like 3 a.m. Tel Aviv time, and they were all cluster missiles. This was after the purported ceasefire. They were all cluster missiles. This was at like 4 a.m. Israel time, about 12 hours ago. And then I got really mad. Then we listened to Immortal Technique for like an hour while I calmed down. This is what hit Tel Aviv multiple times. This was just one of the missiles after the purported ceasefire. Then I started playing Immortal Technique music because I was made. The way that the U.S. press announced that ceasefire was horrible. China has blocked off its airspace. Thank you very much, Osama bin Laden. Let me check what the report is from. You're looking at what happened after the ceasefire. I know, Soul Controller. It's a good way to decompress, but it also makes me angry because of how accurate it is. I was blowing people's mind last night with those Immortal Technique songs, though. A lot of people didn't know that cultured, informed hip-hop like that even exists. A lot of people have a negative opinion of hip-hop because of its commercial degradation. I was so thrown for a loop last night, I couldn't even process this as it was happening. This was 2 hours after, and it wasn't like one unit. There was like a coordinated message to Israel that Iran was in charge. I agree, Soul Controller. But even a lot of hip-hop, you gotta look at the hip-hop task force. A lot of that stuff is just propaganda. To, like, encourage communities without a lot of money to engage in violence. And, like, sell drugs. If you look at the CIA's role and the FBI's role in the hip-hop task force in the 90s, dude, why do you think Diddy was so protected? I'll abolish that if you elect me. This was after the ceasefire. Good morning, Vietnam. Good morning, Robs. I love that movie. Hello. Iran has imposed a fee of $1 on every barrel of oil passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Payment will be in cryptocurrency. So, as a result of Iran being in complete control. Israel was bombed multiple times after the ceasefire. And then, somehow, Iran has full control over the strait, and they will be imposing a $1 fee on every barrel of oil that passes through the strait. And ships will be able to get through the strait as long as they pay the Iranian Navy in cryptocurrency. Iran is going to make bank off this. Iran is, if this holds, and Israel, the reason why Israel's throwing a hissy fit, I want to show you their hissy fit, is because Iran just dominated the region. Israel's not even a player anymore. Crypto, Sole Controller, crypto. Not one. Not one. Not the Chinese currency, crypto. Which makes the most sense, frankly. Why does Iran need to deal with any state? It can just take the payment from the ship in crypto. Just send the money to a wallet, IRGC confirms it clears, and then you go through the strait. It's much easier. Then they can just deal with their own like withdrawal points and build their own domestic crypto like networks. That's what they'll do. It's really it's like a bunny. Before they would have paid, I don't think they paid anything before. Iran didn't charge for passage through the strait. I'm sure over like the past week, they've been taking money in whatever currency like the people would pay to get the few ships through. But on the whole, like Iraq was exempt. So I think like they figured out a deal. But on the whole, I don't think Iran ever took payments. They were sanctioned. So they're just going to take the money in cryptocurrency. What do they care? It's money. They can make use of it. Sole Controller, it's just an initial announcement. They might have been accepting Juan, and they probably will continue to, but I'm just saying the announcement as of 23 minutes ago is that they're going to allow ships to move through, but the ships have to pay them in cryptocurrency, which makes more sense than using a state-backed currency. It doesn't say. I'm sure the ships have to. So the way it works, I don't know if a lot of people understand how this works. The way it works is the ships go to like the entrance, the mouth of the Strait of Hormuz, and they line up. There's like a frequency. I think it's like international channel, like 8 or 18. I don't remember. And they have to make contact with the Iranian Navy. And they kind of say like, hello, we are the Iranian, like we are a ship. And the Iranian Navy's like, okay, this is the Iranian Navy. Would you like to pass through? And the ship's like, okay, I'd like to pass through. And then you do it like directly with them. Like it sounds weird, but it's how it works. Like you have a radio, they have a radio. You say something, they say something back, and you two like negotiate. That's the best way I can explain it. It's not like you don't have like your company call the Iranian state. You do it directly from the boat. The laws of maritime, like, what's the word? The laws of maritime passage are very old and very ancient, and they predate most modern legal systems. So it's very like you got to play by the rules and you got to follow the rules, and it's a lot of like. You as a ship are like a foreign country, kind of. You like fly the flag of a country because your like ship is the country. It's very hard to explain. So when you call the IRGC Navy, you're like dealing with them on like a state to state level, but you're a boat. That's the best way I can explain it. Not the people that sponsor you. You, the boat, are like unto yourselves a small little floating state. It's a very complicated. The laws of maritime navigation are incredibly complicated. It's why this is such a ridiculous situation. Iran didn't have control over the Strait of Hormuz. You don't have a strait. You have something called an exclusive economic zone off your waters for 10 miles or something. And then you have like 2 miles. Alerts! 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 What? Alerts! 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 That didn't last very long. Alerts! 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 Northern Israel is under attack. Hezbollah announced a ceasefire last night. Hezbollah hasn't formally broken the ceasefire because Israel bombed Lebanon 100 times this morning. Hezbollah is really mad. I knew Hezbollah would be mad before this happened. Because you want to see what just happened in Lebanon? Like, you can't be doing this to the people of Lebanon. Hezbollah will bomb you. Like, they will just do it. That's what they do, bro. Look what Israel just bombed Hezbollah. Israel just bombed Lebanon 100 times in 10 minutes. There was hits in Sidon, in Beirut. Just absolutely brutal shelling. So what did you think that Hezbollah was going to do? Here's the latest from Lebanon, where Israel has just refused to stop bombing because they're petulant that the Iran is recognized now. So this is what Israel's doing to punish the world. And then Hezbollah is going to punish Israel for breaking the ceasefire because Israel's the one who's supposed to be getting a lesson taught to them. And now the situation is so bad in Beirut that the hospitals are putting out a call for blood bank donations. I'm sorry, the right-wing government of Israel is so petulant. The government, not the people of Israel, the government is petulant. Dude, they are, Israel is just asking for it. They're so mad that Iran is being respected. Israel just demands that, everyone, the government, not the people. The government of Israel just demands that everybody go along, go right with what they say. And if they say, no, Iran is evil, you can't talk to them, and then you can't. You can't even, it's such a bad form of politics because it's black and white thinking. It's like if someone had splitting. The government of Israel for the past 14 years it's like living in a world where someone only can think in black and white. It's horrible. And black and white thinking is it's a term of art for splitting. It's a form of psychological deficiency where you only can think in extremes. That's the problem. It's not Israel. It's the government of Israel. They're petulant children who don't know how to behave. If they could just take orders, everything would be fine. Just learn to love it. Israel, just the government. The people of Israel are fine, but the government of Israel has to learn how to take their medicine. It's so stupid. They cause 97% of the problems in the world because they're petulant children. Look what they've done to Beirut. They bombed Lebanon 100 times in 10 minutes because they were petulant. Do you know what Iran? You know what it's going to get to? It's going to get to the point where Iran's going to be allowed to bomb Israel, and Hezbollah is going to be allowed to bomb Israel, and no one's going to defend them. Israel's only ally right now is the United States, and Israel's going to upset the entire American polity, not the people of Israel, the government. Everyone wants peace except for Bibi, and he's going to. You know what's going to happen? The world is going to unify against the Israeli position and impose the 67 borders on them and just tell them to stop. Enjoy what you have, stop. You're causing all the problems. Seriously, those of us who want peace need to come to terms with the fact that Israel's government, not the Israeli people. Most of the Israeli people, I think, don't like being bombed and don't like that their government does this. I can't speak for them, but I've seen a lot of protests. My point is, the Israeli government is the problem here. It's not the American. Every government has its problems. The Iranian government has its problems. The American government has its problems. The Lebanese government has its problems. The Iraqi government has its problems. The Saudi Arabian government has its problems. The Kuwaiti government has its problems. God knows the Bahraini government has its problems. The Yemeni government has its problems. It doesn't even really have a government. It's in a civil war. The point is, every government has problems, but Israel has a government that is the problem. Not the state of Israel. Literally, the lexical definition of Zionism works so well with the 1967 borders. Everybody's okay with that. Hamas is okay with the 67 borders. Iran's okay with the 67 borders. Hezbollah would love the 67 borders. Okay? The only people who are stopping world peace are the people in the Israeli government that don't want to go to jail because they were corrupt and took bribes related to television networks and furniture in their homes and other weird stuff. All right? I don't know. It was strange. I'm sure they did a lot worse than that. But that's what they got bopped for. Getting bopped is getting caught and indicted. The point is, we just got to deal with that. All right? this like the fix or quote unquote like resolution to this will come when the right wing forces, specifically around Bibi, but that other guy, that crazy guy who popped champagne in the Israeli Knesset, he's got to leave government too, bro. That was horrifying. Yeah, I agree, Osama bin Laden. There's some weird activity in the Taiwanese Strait. And then North Korea was launching ballistic missiles. I'm watching Taiwan very closely. I think China senses weakness. I think they're also worried that America is going to resurge itself because, like, it's going to wake from its slumber. Like, America's been in a bit of a dogmatic slumber for a little bit. And, like, our politics have reflected our polity being kind of just, like, disengaged. Like, they're engaged, but they're very, like, removed. The American polity is very removed from, like, discussion of on-the-ground events. It's changing. I think China realizes that it's changing and that they're going to confront this, like, new generation of Americans that are very, like, they're not, like, belligerent, but they're very, like, erudite. My whole generation is very erudite. I don't know how to explain it. There's just a lot of talented people who, like, are very compassionate, but also very educated, and they have these, like, gifts. I see it all the time when I'm on social media. Like, I'll just scroll through social media. You, like, flick through a random page. You find this, like, stunningly talented orator just with, like, maybe 5,000 views on their videos, just kind of, like, explicating the history of, like, Iran or Syria or whatever, or, like, explaining the history of music theory or doing a lecture about Beethoven. Like, there's just so much talent in this generation, and they know it. If you're China, you know it. And their population curve is lagging. So populations are always on, like, a latency curve. The populations grow and contract at different rates in different places at different times. China's population boom was, I'd say, like, our population boom in the US was like 55 through 70. Their population boom was like 80 through 2010. It got really out of hand though, and then their population started decreasing. They don't have the Japan problem where they have, like, more old people than new people. That Japan has a big problem with, like, its society. They're not producing new people. Like, there's this weird thing in Japan where, like, a lot of the men, like, go inside a lot. There's, like, a name for it. I forget what it's called. But yeah, like, reproduction rates in Japan are way down. The government's got to do something about that. It's like a social issue. When your reproductive rates fall too far, like when you discourage reproduction, your society collapses. It's why governments are very resistant to, like, allowing forms of love that don't facilitate reproduction to get too entrenched. You can love whoever you want, but you've got to reproduce. You really have to reproduce or your country will collapse. And so the Chinese are on a declining population curve. They have a little bit of a problem now. Like, their new generation, if you look, like, right now at a Chinese kindergarten, a Chinese primary school, a Chinese high school, and a Chinese college, as a thought experiment, you would see a lot of people in university. You would see, like, 70% as much in high school, 40% as much in primary school, and, like, 20% in the kindergarten. Chinese society is not producing a lot of people right now, and they know they have a problem. It was a combination of, like, years of repressive government policy, and also, like, their economic engine isn't as strong as it looks. They had a really perilous situation. They have what's called ghost cities in China. So to understand China's economy, you have to understand the real estate boom from, like, 2007 through 2019, and then you have to understand foreign property speculation. So the way that China got its money, it was a little bit of a scam. What they did was they pumped up, like, all these, like, ghost cities. They, like, built up a bunch of, like, cities, okay? And the people would pay for, like, the apartment before they moved in. Then the construction companies would, like, overinflate the value of the job in order to pull in investment. Then they would pull the rug out from under the project and just leave it, like, half completed with, like, empty homes everywhere and just, like, cities with no one in it with lots of, like, badly constructed, like, edifices of buildings, okay? What that money was used for was to engage in foreign property speculation. Now, property speculation is very bad. Nobody likes property speculation, but if you're going to do it, don't do it in other countries. The second you start foreign property speculating, you are, like, engaging in a form of war. Vancouver, in fact, in Canada, banned the Chinese from doing this because it's a form of economic warfare. America hasn't caught up yet, but I will ban foreign property speculation if you elect me. I will not allow anyone who's not a citizen of this country to own property in this country. Sorry, you can rent. You really want to shake things up? Elect me on that principle, like solely. I will ban foreign property speculation. I will ban foreign property ownership entirely. I'm not talking about companies. I'm talking about homes. So what specifically the Chinese investors would do, because we're talking about China's domestic economy, they would use all these ill-gotten fake gains. It was theft, basically. It was fraud from the ghost cities, and then they would buy property in Western cities and then leave those apartments empty to pump up the property values there and rent rates, and then just watch the society crumble. You know why we don't have enough housing? Foreign property speculation. You know why rents are so high? Foreign property speculation. You know why commercial rents are so high? Foreign property speculation. I'm going to ban it entirely, nationwide. And watch, this will really rile up the Chinese government, and that's what I want. I want them to know they're up against a very serious foe. They need to respect the United States. So yeah, if you elect me within 100 days, I will ban foreign property speculation unless the Congress sells out. But give me a supermajority so I can, whip them into line. I will personally manage the whip on that bill. The whip is the total count in support. I will personally whip votes for it. There will be no majority or minority whipping on that. It'll be just me. You have to come to the Oval Office. All of the 435 reps and all of the 100 senators have to meet with me individually. I'll whip them. It's not physical whipping. Now, whip in parliamentary terms is forcing someone to vote for something. In the UK Parliament, it's called a 3-line whip. You write, on the orders of the day, you write 3 lines under the bill, and that means the person has to vote for it or they get kicked out of the Labour Party or the Tory Party or the Lib Dems or the Greens or the Scottish National Party, whatever. There were so many bombs that hit Lebanon. They hit Sidon. They hit Beirut. It is a bloodbath. It was an actual massacre in Beirut. I'm understating this. The Beirut hospitals have put out a call for blood. I registered. No, I wouldn't say. I'd say my bias is towards peace. God bless you, by the way, and welcome. I think my bias is towards reasonable pluralism, communicative rationality, discourse theory, disagreeing without being disagreeable, being respectful. When I say the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I say peace be upon him, although I'm a Christian or a Catholic. But my point is, I think that's my bias. My bias is towards peace and mutual understanding and dialogue and learning and teaching people things and people not dying and protecting the goats, hashtag save the goats, and the sheep, hashtag save the sheep, and the cows, and also the donkeys, and the cats, and the dogs. It's generally just a very loving, peaceable place. We have to cover sad developments, but my personal perspective, whatever gets peace. Even last night, when I was very, very overwhelmed by events, my perspective was still whatever brings peace is a positive. I'm a little baffled by how we got here, and it's not going to last. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I just like peace. I not just peace, I like international understanding. I'm a very big, if you read Kant's Theory and Practice, and you read Perpetual Peace, that's me in a nutshell. This is the latest from Beirut.
طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي بربور طلعت رفاعي هون طلعت رفاعي.
Yes, and of course, save the bees. We need the bees. And save the mosquitoes. All right? Hashtag save the bees. We like the bees. This is I was not kidding when I said Israel went very overboard. They're very petulant. The government of Israel. That sounds wonderful, Silent Dogs. I'll save that for next year. If I ever can go day to day, I'm getting the Bilotti stovetop espresso maker. Well, listen, the word real is, first of all, let's have a little talk about the word real. Who said that? Sean. I feel like you're a little bit jaded, Sean, but that's okay. I like engaging with you. The word real is nonsensical. The human relationship with truth is asymptotic by its very definition. Even when you're experiencing the temporal world around you in real time, do you really believe that your five senses, are you so naive, so, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? Are you so cocky? I'm tired, it's the morning. Are you so cocky that you feel that when you're experiencing the three-dimensional world around you with your five senses, smelling, tasting, hearing, feeling, etc., are you really so naive to think that that is all there is? You think that your relationship with what's real around you is like actually defined by your five senses? That's absurd. That's absurd. Obviously, there are energies that exist in ways we can't see. In fact, we've learned to measure them with scientific instruments over the years. Just ask anyone who's ever had like a tingle in their body if there's non-temporal pathways of information dissemination. So extending that upwards, or like moving temporally in time and space away from the moment, the notion of reality is ridiculous. The whole point of words and our relationship to the external and other people is to come to some shared mutual understanding of events that are so sprawling and multifaceted and simultaneous that they can never be experienced. So this idea of, well, the Bible or any text, the reality of it is you will get from it what you bring to it. It's not for its own sake. It's not gratuitous. It's for you. It's to be read and consumed as a spiritual exercise in growth. The only bad art, if you want to call religion, well, religion has a lot of art. If you want to call the Bible art, the only bad art is that art that does not cause a reaction. And you, whether you react negatively, positively, or otherwise, as long as you're talking about it, it's done its job. It may be a process. That's why, like, people who are like, I remember when I was viscerally reactionary against religion when I was younger, and I just thought it was like very gratuitously dogmatic. And then I realized that's not religion. That is what man made religion into. But religion in its pure form is just an opportunity to engage with motifs in the pursuit of spiritual perfection. That's what I believe. Motifs are very important, like cultural myths and ethos and motifs are the most important way that we pass down values. People don't understand the categorical imperative. They understand if you do bad things, you will go to hell. Science is just secular religion. Science is as not dogmatic, if not more so, than religion. Please, I've seen science. Science is worse. Science, it just pretends that it's... Science is Canaanite sacrifice dressed up under the ostensible veneer of academia. There are some scientists that use applied methodologies for good, but why do you think the church tried to destroy a lot of the scientists? Dude, they're very dangerous because they don't believe in morals. Like, think about like the communicative critique by Habermas in Between Facts and Norms of legal rationality. Like, what does the law do? It has ends justify the means reasoning. All right? Same exact problem with science. Science shifted from like formulated applied methodology to how can you make money to sacrifice children and manipulate the human genome in the pursuit of like a ivory tower, and how can you create administrative elephantitis and give yourself a job for life, and your daughter a job at the library, and your friend's friend a job at the cleaning service, and your other friend's job. It became like patronage by other ways. The aristocracy is hiding in the ivory towers of academia. They usurped America through the intelligence community, and I'm gonna shatter them to the wind like a million little pieces. You took my democracy. You took my republic. I'm so mad at them. That's why I'm reverting the White House to exactly how it was in October of 1963. You're going to elect me as the youngest president. We're going to have a wonderful time. I'm going to revert the White House. Seriously, when Maggie Haberman comes to interview me, I'm going to quiz. I'm going to make her read all of Kant's canon, and a little bit of Hegel, and some Rousseau, and Locke, and Hobbes, and Montesquieu, and maybe a little Wittgenstein just to troll her. And then, obviously, she's got to read Heidegger's Being and Time. I'm not going to ask her about it. I'm just going to waste her time making her read that one. I just want to troll her a little bit. It's really convoluted. Then she's got to read the Phenomenology of Spirit, and then maybe Reason and History, okay, by Hegel. And then she's got to read Habermas's Theory of Communicative Action, and Habermas's Being Between Facts and Norms. Then she's got to read Rawls's Political Liberalism and Rawls's Theory of Justice. And then she's got to read the Dewey lectures from '85, like the exact readouts of the lectures that Rawls gave at MIT. Even though he was at Harvard, he was a visiting lecturer. He gave the Dewey lectures in '85. That's what led to the Rawls to write Political Liberalism. Anyway, then she's got to read Law of Peoples from '97. Then she has to read Huntington's Clash of Civilizations. Then she has to read Fukuyama's End of History. Then she has to read Fukuyama's reflection on his dinner in 2003 with Rumsfeld and Cheney, where he realized he got like screwed and duped. All right? And then I want to ask Maggie Haberman to compare and contrast Rawls's political turn in '85 at the Dewey lectures and his recognition that he was going to lay the seeds or sow the seeds for like PNAC and American cultural hegemony in a very dangerous way, and the realization that Professor Fukuyama had at that dinner in 2003 with Rumsfeld and Cheney when Professor Fukuyama realized that End of History became that vehicle anyway. So yeah, shout out Maggie Haberman. Let's go, bro. Oh, Dubstack, we've decided as a group that I'm going to run for president in 2028. And so part of running for president in America is you got to know the press corps really well. And there's this one journalist named Maggie Haberman. I want to troll the hell out of her. So I'm talking to you without notes and from memory about the entire history of Western philosophy. And then I'm explaining how in order for Maggie Haberman to do an interview with me, she has to read all of those books. And then I'm going to quiz her on them during the interview just to troll her. It'll be hilarious. It does take an education, I suppose, in Western philosophy and political theory to be able to follow along with everything I just said. But if you actually like Googled it, you'd just find like a bunch of philosophers. The history of Western political thought starts with Machiavelli in like 1548 when he wrote The Prince for the de Medicis. The de Medicis and the Orsinis and the other black nobility, they're called the black nobility. They're actually white. In Italy, they kind of like ran the world for a while. They still have a lot of power and control, Rothschilds, etc., etc. But really, political theory starts with Machiavelli's The Prince. It jumps forward like 100 years to Thomas Hobbes in like the 1600s. Really, it's like the Westphalian Peace of 1648 that births the modern nation state. So then you get like, it really gets going modern political theory with Thomas Hobbes's Leviathan. And then, which is like when Hobbes was exiled in France, and then he had to write a book because he wanted to come back to England. So he wrote like he wrote like an apologia for the British monarchy, but it forms like the basis for a conception of civil society. Like he writes like the classic defense of modern civil society, where he argues like that the state of nature, quote unquote, before civil society was a state of bella omnia contra omnes, like the war of all against all, where life is poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And so Hobbes argues that our emergence into civil society is a positive under a monarch or whatever system of government you may have, because it like prevents us from being in that state of bella omnia contra omnes. You juxtapose that with the Rousseauian conception of the state of nature, which emerges in like the time of the French Revolution about 100 years later in the 1700 like 80s or so. And Rousseau, while going on a walk to visit Diderot in a mental institution, sits down on the side of a road under a tree, and he's responding to this essay from the Parisian Academy of Arts and Sciences. "Oh, God bless you, Elizabeth Hannigan. That was so kind. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Sweeney got a gift membership, as did Soul Controller. Oh, I'm so excited. As did Orr and Dubach and In Limonene. Enjoy your towel. Enjoy your towel memberships while we're going through our lecture." Hold on, that was a wonderful gift, Elizabeth, but I want to continue with my lecture. I just wanted to say thank you. Okay, so picking up with where we were, you get the emergence of Rousseau's going to visit Diderot in a mental hospital, and the Parisian Academy of Arts and Sciences had written this kind of like prompt for an essay where they were like, does progress in the arts and sciences tend to corrupt or purify morals? And Rousseau, being a bit of a bloviator, if you read the Confessions, he's like the biggest like self-aggrandizer I've ever seen in my entire life. Did you know Emile that Rousseau wrote is still used in the educational field in America in post-secondary educational training in like graduate school to this day? Anyway, the Emile was Rousseau's text on education. The Confessions was the text he wrote at the end of his life, like talking about how great he was. He thought he was the greatest thing ever. He thought he was like literally, this man must have walked around like convinced that he was some kind of like God. It was a little weird. But anyway, so Rousseau, after the during the time of the French Revolution, Rousseau is responding to this prompt, and he was like, a philosopher. So he had read Plato and the Pre-Socratics and Aristotle, and he had read Hobbes, and he read like a bunch of intervening work. The 1700s was a very radical time. So anyway, Rousseau's like, yeah, I think that progress in the arts and sciences are but garlands of flowers that we put upon our chains to distract ourselves from our bondage. And so you can see how that juxtaposes with the Hobbesian conception of the state of nature in the context of the social contract or civil society, because Rousseau becomes a critic. And he's like, well, we'd be better off just flourishing like in the state of nature. Like Hobbes is wrong. It's not a war of all against all. It's actually a wonderful thing. Yeah, Diderot was in a mental institution when Rousseau went to go visit him and wrote that first discourse. The second discourse is good too, on the origin of inequality, but I like the first discourse better on progress in the arts and sciences because of that line about garlands of flowers on our chains. Anyway, so you can see what Rousseau is arguing is that like we're better off in the state of nature. He has this idealized conception. The state of nature is just a thought experiment. But Rousseau makes the argument that we're just better off before civil society. We would just be running free in the Garden of Eden, and everyone be nice to each other and lovey-dovey, and there'd be nothing wrong. But those are just two extremes. Like, it's not, it's just the foundations of political theory. You could actually argue that, like, Aristotle's Politics, it's a really good book, but we only have, like, some sections of it preserved. You could argue that's the foundation of political theory. It's probably the best treatise on politics. Aristotle was very smart, obviously. Like Socrates, the pre-Socratics, like there is some political theory. Obviously, Plato's The Republic, like Book 8 in particular. Like Plato, through Socrates, like establishes political theory by arguing that all societies naturally degrade from democracy, which is like government by the landed gentry, to oligarchy, which is government by the wealthy, to democracy, which like popular vote, to tyranny. Okay, I will start off the goal. Good morning, Grant, and please add me on X. You got it, Job for 9, just drop your username. You got it, Job for 9, just drop your X username and I shall follow you, especially if it's just Job for 9. Okay, so I want to get through this history because I do think it's relatively important to answer the question. Oh, someone had asked me, like, I forget what they had asked me about the history of Western political thought, but it is relatively important. I just want to get through this lecture just so we can, like, lay it out. So anyway, Rousseau's conception of the state of nature, like, it's kind of an evolution of early political thought, because Plato established the discipline of political theory. Really, the pre-Socratics did, but you got to give credit to Plato, because it's like Plato's formation through Socrates of the state of the state of man and the state of, like, civil society that was very prescient. I'd say the only thinker that was more prescient as to the form of human history as it emerged on the historical scene was Hegel. Because, like, Hegel's writing at the same time as Rousseau. It's really good to read this book, Reason and History by Hegel. The translation by Robert S. Hartman, in particular, from the German into the English is really good. I like the introduction to that book. So anyway, in the Robert S. Hartman translation of Reason and History, Herman, actually, let me see if I have it for you. I might just have it. I keep this stuff like relatively accessible. Let me see. I haven't read Reason and History in a while, though. It's been a long time. Hey, I got it! Oh, this is wonderful! Oh, look, I just have this. Oh, you are not going to believe this. I just have this available. Oh, this is the greatest thing. Oh, I am so happy right now. I just have Reason and History just ready for you. I am so happy. You don't understand. This makes my heart sing. We will pick up. I will show you what's going on, by the way. But my heart is just singing. Job49. X.com/job49. No. These ads. Don't forget to turn your ad blocker off. Hold on one second. I have to post this link. I can't wait to read this for you. It's my favorite passage in any book ever. I get so excited about this. You don't understand. Oh, I'm so excited right now. This is the greatest moment of my life. You don't understand. You don't understand. Maybe you do understand. Standing Stones understands. I hope you're okay, my friend. I was thinking about you. Oh, my goodness. Oh, look at this. I have the book. I'm not kidding you. I just have it. I told you I don't have the whole thing. You can only use like 20% of any given book at a time for scholarly or educational purposes, which is exactly what I am doing right now. Listen, I can't tell you how excited I am. I'm going to get to read you my favorite sentence in any book of all time. You don't understand. Oh, this makes me so excited. I just have this thing, bro. You don't understand. Job49. I went to X. I tried to search you, but it didn't come up. You might. Oh, okay, I got it. I found you. Gotcha. All right, everybody ready? This is my favorite book. What's your favorite book? This is my favorite book of all time. You don't understand. It's not just a book. It is this specific translation. I made this copy for educational purposes so I can teach you about it. I just have this stuff accessible at all times. You don't understand. You can't just get this book. You have to own it. You have to have bought it, and then you can, for educational purposes, under the rules, use up to 20% of the work at any one time. Okay, because I'm teaching you things about it. This is maybe like 1/10 of the book. This is the greatest book in the world. Okay, this is my favorite book. It's a small book. When you actually hold it, it's only like this big, but it is just the greatest book. I love this book. You don't understand. This book makes my heart sing. There's only one other thing in the world that makes my heart sing more than this book. I love this book. So that's true. But under the Copyright Act for educational purposes, because I'm teaching you about the book, you can actually use 20% of the book. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. How do I know this? I was a librarian. This came up all the time. Professors would want to know how much of a book they could use to teach in their class, for they'd want to reproduce it. And professors have a lot of leeway, a lot, but the rule is 20%. Professors have way more leeway though. If a professor wants to copy works to show in an academic class, most of the time the librarian will do it. I'm not going to stop a professor from using material in a class. However, the professor takes the responsibility for it. They're the one actually doing it. All right. I love this book. You don't understand. I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read my favorite paragraph for you. Now, it's translated from the German, and a lot of Hegel's writing was, lecture notes from his students. Oh, I love this so much. I want to read you the whole thing. You don't understand. Yes, okay, I'm reading you the whole first 2 pages. All right, you ready for this? The significance of Hegel for history. In Hegel, philosophy and history met. He was the outstanding philosopher of history, as well as historian of philosophy. But more than that, he was the one philosopher who decisively changed history. Philosophers before him have had a hand in history, both as persons and as bearers of ideas, Plato, Hobbes, Leibniz, Locke, Rousseau. But, as Ernest Cassirer remarks, no other philosophical system has exerted such a strong and enduring influence upon political life as the metaphysics of Hegel. There has hardly been a single great political system that has resisted its influence. All recent political ideologies bear his stamp. Just as in Hegel's philosophy, the idea, the logical power of the divine, enters and guides through mortal men the scene of historical struggle, so has Hegel's philosophy itself, as an expression of the absolute idea, entered history. That's when I talk about like Stalingrad on the Volga in 41, the form and content of Hegel's philosophy meeting. And just as the idea, and I think it actually comes from this book, he cites to like an adage about that, it's so good. And just as the idea remains untouched by the struggle of human passions which actualize it, so Hegel's philosophy stands unconcerned as an intellectual creation above the mortal struggle that has been and is being fought in its name. Some men have drawn this philosophy into the strife of parties and attacked its cool and remote author as a villain, and his philosophy as a psychotic product. They confuse Hegel's philosophy with the often hysteric use that has been made of it. The philosophical arguments to which Hegel gave rise, as Cassirer rightly says, become a mortal combat. A historian recently raised the question whether the struggle of the Russians and the invading Germans in 1943 was not, at bottom, a conflict between the left and the right wings of Hegel's school. That may seem to be an exaggerated statement of the problem, but it contains a nucleus of truth. We may find, this is my favorite, like 2 paragraphs of all time, get ready for this. We may find the manifold influences of Hegel's philosophy foreshadowed in the historical constellation in the year of his birth, 1770. That year, Marie Antoinette, the radiant Archduchess of Austria, was married to the dull Dauphin of France. At Ajaccio, Napoleon, the second son of Letizia Bonaparte, was just learning to walk. Captain Cook was completing his first trip around the world. At Boston, Massachusetts, some English soldiers fired into a crowd of colonials. At Königsberg, Germany, an overage Privandant named Immanuel Kant read a dissertation concerning form and principles of the sensible and intelligible worlds and man's position between the two. At the opposite end of Germany, at Strasbourg, a young student, Goethe, wrote some poems which swept the whole of Germany into his own sensuous love for Friedrich of Sensenheim. A little later, the novel of his second love, The Sufferings of Young Werther, swept the whole world, as far as China, into a wave of romantic self-harms. In France, that same year, Baron of Holbach published a treatise showing that the world, far from being a romantic place, was nothing but a large clockwork. Here it comes. When Hegel died in 1831, the beheaded body of Marie Antoinette lay in a common grave in Paris. Both Napoleon and the Revolution had run their course. The great man had been taken care of by the English, Napoleon, and the Revolution by Metternich. The American Republic had taken her place among the powers, and her fast clippers roamed the 7 seas. Goethe serenely surveyed a life of 1,000 conflicts merged into classical form and sealed his epic of Faust, the universal man, who transcends the world of sensuousness. Holbach was out of fashion, but a 13-year-old boy at Trier, Karl Marx, born the year that Hegel became professor of philosophy at the University of Berlin, was already discovering philosophy, which meant Hegel, and would soon resurrect Holbach in a form more dynamic than all romanticism, and which would sweep the world as far as China with a passion of the intellect more powerful than anything that Werther knew. In both the triumph of romanticism, in philosophy as well as politics, and that of intellectualism, Hegel played a decisive role. The influence of his philosophy confirms his thesis that universal reason, through men, shapes history. The fate of this philosophy bears witness to its dialectic form. The most rational and religious philosopher, Hegel unchained the most irrational and irreligious movements, fascism and communism. Often regarded as the most authoritarian, he inspired the most democratic, Walt Whitman and John Dewey. The philosopher who equated what is with what ought to be, he realized the greatest dissatisfaction with what is, and thus, as the greatest conservative, unchained the greatest revolution. The form of his philosophy battled with its content, and the content with its form. They separated. Some thinkers accepted the content of his philosophy and opposed its form. They became conservatives and so-called Hegelians of the right. Other thinkers accepted the form of his philosophy and opposed its content. They became revolutionaries and Hegelians of the left. The two opposing factions met finally in the mortal embrace of Stalingrad. What won at Stalingrad was the revolutionary form, not the conservative content of Hegel's philosophy. The concrete fact corresponds to the abstract situation. The power of Hegel's philosophy lies in its form rather than its content. Although the content is overwhelming in its encyclopedic width, yet the transition from fact to fact, following the links of the dialectical concatenation, are sometimes forced, and the facts marshaled little factual. On the other hand, what brilliance and perspicacity the philosophy has, and the very universality of its scope it owes to the method, the dialectic logic, which drove Hegel on to encompass more and more phenomena, wider and wider regions of knowledge within its systematic frame. The secret, then, of Hegel's influence is his dynamic method. This he did not invent. Its roots go back to the very sources of Greek philosophy. In Heraclitus, and a thread can be traced, and has been traced by Hegel, throughout the history of philosophy. But he elaborated and applied it to the totality of the world and its equipment. The power of the method lies in its inner dynamic and universal applicability. One thought, in an almost literal sense, gives the next, thesis leading to antithesis, and both to synthesis, the latter serving as a new thesis for another train of thought encompassing the first, and so on, ad infinitum, until the whole world and all things in it are caught in the chain of dialectic. This is possible, on the one hand, through the complete formalism of the method, that is, its independence from any concrete fact, and on the other hand, its complete immersion in the concrete factuality of the world. Hegel treated pure thought both as pure and as thought, that is, both as ideal reality before the creation of the world, distinct from all existence, the original position, yet once there is an existent world, as arising out of and being part of it. Thought is what is ideal in the world. The world is what is concrete in the idea. For the idea is not static but dynamic. It gives rise by its own inner dynamic to all that exists. All existence is the manifestation, the actualization of the idea. Only by being actualized does the idea receive its full reality, and only by containing the idea does the existing obtain its full existence. Thus, reality becomes more real in existence, and existence becomes more existent in reality. Thought and thing merge, and each becomes more what it is by being the other. I love it. That's such a great way of explaining human thought and history and human relationship with the living world and the living word and history. I love Hegel's philosophy of history. I know a lot of you will be saying, but payment failed. Okay, well, I'll update my billing. Sorry about that. I really love philosophy. This is like with legal cases. As soon as I get going, I get going. You can't let me read too much philosophy or legal cases, or I just get going. I love it so much. It really makes my heart sing. I can show you updates from the war now. I just wanted to thank you for letting me read philosophy. Speaking of philosophy, here's the latest from the Pope in Rome just 1 hour ago.
A seguito di queste ultime ore di grande tensione per il Medio Oriente e per tutto il mondo, accolgo con soddisfazione e come segno di viva speranza l'annuncio di una tregua immediata di 2 settimane. Solo attraverso il ritorno al negoziato si può giungere alla fine della guerra. Esorto ad accompagnare questo tempo di delicato lavoro diplomatico con la preghiera, auspicando che la disponibilità al dialogo possa divenire lo strumento per risolvere le altre situazioni di conflitto nel mondo. Rinnovo a tutti l'invito a unirsi a me nella veglia di preghiera per la pace che celebreremo qui nella Basilica di San Pietro sabato 11 aprile.
Latest from the Pope in Rome. You know, by the way, I read that. I really like philosophy. I know everyone feels differently, but I really like philosophy. Here's the latest from the Hezbollah War Media Office. This is targeting the Sasa settlement in northern Israel with dive-bombing drones. Latest from Hezbollah. Osama bin Laden said, Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche is a great critique of Western moral philosophy. To critique and take morality apart must make someone go crazy. Not really. Like, you just gotta accept people as autonomous creatures. I feel like a lot of what makes people lose it when they try to study human morality is they try to superimpose the normative onto the descriptive. You gotta let the normative be normative, and you gotta let the descriptive be descriptive. When you try to superimpose normative ideals on descriptive reality, you will suffer. The best way to do it is to just have ideals and then analyze the descriptive reality, and then just pray that your ideals, because they are good and right and logical, become the descriptive reality. It's like you can't try to massage the emergence of the historical synthesis. That's where we got all our problems from. In 1997, PNAC, this is my opinion, PNAC in Israel and Saudi Arabia under MBZ and Adnan Khashoggi and Jeffrey Epstein, they all had this idea that they could stop history. I really think it was this giant plan where they were like, listen, we're moving into the digital age. And clearly the end of the age of Aquarius, the end of the age of Pisces is happening. And the age of Aquarius is coming. Now do you understand why when Jesus in the Bible shows up, a lot of times, it's with fish, 2 fish. Okay? Because, you know why the Jesus fish thing? Jesus represents the age of Pisces. Sorry to let you in on the big secret. Jesus represents the age of Pisces. Jesus, multiple times in the Bible, I don't have the sites offhand, but you can fact check me. Multiple times in the Bible, when Jesus walks out of a room with fish, a water bearer comes in to replace him. And the Bible doesn't just hang around in a room when Jesus leaves. It notes, the Bible makes sure to note that when Jesus leaves the room, the water bearer comes in. Because the next age is the age of Aquarius, the water bearer. It's called the Great Year. It's a 26,000 year cosmic cycle divided roughly into 2,000 year segments. And this is the age of Aquarius. It's very nice. I like it. It's kind of fun. You get instant access to information all the time. Just all the time. We gotta learn how to be in this age. We have to develop a new morality for it. Gotta write a new set of canons. But we'll be fine. All the religions will get along. Everything will be fine. But yeah, that's my view on it all. Hello, Real Jack Matt. What about free speech? I think free speech is here to stay. I see it becoming more entrenched, not less. You don't defeat ideas by censoring them. You defeat ideas by showing people that they're stupid or bad or wrong. Censoring ideas makes them stronger. People think it's like Catcher in the Rye, bro. You read Catcher in the Rye, it's the most innocuous book. It's kind of cool to read as like a throwback to driving through 1950s New York, like in a Thunderbird. But it's not, like, he uses the F word a few times. Bruh. Okay? But kids want to read it because they think it's something, like, you know, vulgar. You ever want to trick a kid into doing something, tell them they can't, like they shouldn't or they can't, and they'll do it. You want to make a kid love reading or something? The reason why attacks in the north, Hezbollah is made. I have an update. Iran is threatening to bomb Israel, exactly as I said they were going to do. Plato saying just society is each person being able to do what they are good at and want to extend. It doesn't interfere with others being able to do what they want. But what about free speech? Oh, it was a wider question. You know, Mercury Star, I'm hesitant to answer that without rereading the Republic. I don't remember what Plato said about that. I'm sure it's in the Republic. I'm sure it is. It's just like I don't remember the whole Republic. I haven't read it in 20 years. It's a good book. It's worth reading. Mercury Star, to answer your question, I think you should read the Republic. You should just read the whole thing. You'll like it. It's very easy to understand. It's a lot of dialogue. I guess I should rephrase. It's a lot of dialogue. Just like back and forth between like Telemachus and Socrates and all these other people. So that part's hard. Like understanding who is who. Like they just like kind of walk around and talk. So that part's a little weird. But once you listen to understand, like, all right, so the best way to understand the Republic, like before you read it, is you're going to have like a bunch of characters, okay? And they all represent different elements of society, but it's like ancient Greek society. So like one of them's like a rhetorician, one of them's like a politician, one of them's like, I don't know, like some banker. Like they all represent like they're anthropomorphized versions of like political ideologies or like styles of communicating or like forms of logical argumentation represented in a person. It's not a real person. It probably was a real person, but it's like it's a literary exercise. And so when you read the Republic, you have to get into Socrates' mind or Plato's mind. Well, both. And you want to be thinking like, what lesson is Plato trying to teach me and the reader? And then go into the actual reading of the book and think like, okay, contextually, what is Socrates trying to do with his discursive opponent? He's always teaching. That's why it's called the Socratic method. He's always asking questions because he's smarter than the people he's debating. He's always asking them questions to like a reporter or like someone inquiring of someone, but the questioner already knows the answer. He's leading them through the questioning to the right answer. That's why law school pedagogically uses the Socratic method. You're going to law school, it's just cold calling. Like you have to read all the cases because the professor in front of 130 people is just going to start asking you questions. Try to pass and you look so dumb. Like you can pass, like most of the time the students will assume if you pass, it's because you had like if you say I can't today, it's because you had like a family like thing or you were sick. The professor will normally like wave that off. But if you make a habit of being like pass, you will fail out of law school because you have to be able to just answer on the spot anything that the professor asks or you will look really dumb. Yeah, so I love the Socratic method. I use it for teaching. I use it pedagogically a lot. Oh, Wayne Allen, God bless you. Listen, I think that the community that is formed here is very wonderful. I'm going to work on setting up a news channel so that you all can continue to have each other. It'll run during the day. I'll just host, you know. But I think peace is important. Okay, I don't feel that peace is a negative. It's a positive for the world. It's a delicate peace, but it's an opportunity for great things. And so overall, I would be pleased. But I don't want to take away your community and place to chat. So I'll think about reporting news. Wouldn't it be nice if we got to like report on some positive news every now and again? Thinking about taking a road trip. Maybe I'll like meet people from like around the different areas of the country. They can show me their like different areas. I want to learn about like the different ways, like cultures. I want to go to dinners. I want to film a little bit of it, but we can like talk about how to do it. I want to film it not for for my purposes so I can have an archive, but I also want to show people, like, I think what I want to do with my life is tell people stories in different mediums and help them use my platform to help them get their message out there. I think I want to be president first, but you can only be president for 8 years. And then once you are president, like after you're president, you can do a lot. So like, let's do the president thing first. And then I want to just go around and meet people and have them tell me like, okay, like my local councilman's being kind of mean. And then I'll go in there and like tell him not to be mean. And then I'll just drive around. That would be nice. Okay, so short term, I'll go on a road trip, visit some of you, get to know you. I want to see your local towns, your diners, your stores, your restaurants. I'll go to different countries too. And then I think I'm going to go to South Africa. That sounds nice. And then after that, I will, put it on the internet and I'll be like, listen, this is what it was like to like have dinner in like Illinois or South Africa or France. And I'll be like, I met this very nice group of people. This is my friend, whoever you may be. And then I'll show the world. And I'll be like, this is why the people of like France are wonderful. This is why the people of Canada are so nice. I want to go visit Rigged. I'll come and just look at the sprawling mountains of Canada. You know what I'm saying? Canada sounds nice. So yeah, that's the plan. All right, I'll show you the latest from the IRGC. They threatened Israel. All right, here it comes. Israel got what they wanted. Iran is summarizing its response to Israel's ceasefire violations. I think it actually means finalizing. A security military informed source told Fars, Iran's semi-official state-affiliated news agency, following the continued violation of the temporary ceasefire by the Zionist regime's army, Israel's army, against Lebanon and the Islamic resistance of this country, Iran is in the process of finalizing to carry out deterrent operations against Israeli military positions in the occupied territories. That means all of Israel. The source emphasized, in Tehran, the notion is being strengthened that the continuation of attacks by the Israeli regime, despite agreements on all fronts, indicates that either the U.S. cannot control Netanyahu or the U.S. Central Command has granted freedom of action to the Zionist regime. Exactly what I was worried was going to happen. The Zionist regime attacked Beirut a few hours ago, thus violating the ceasefire. Mohammed, does that sound like Iran is abandoning Hezbollah? Does it? Sure does it to me. This is exactly what I expected Iran to do, to punish the Israelis if they bombed Hezbollah. I predicted it. In fact, I think Israel did this specifically to cause Iran to bomb them, so the war would continue because Israel was mad about the ceasefire because it made Israel weak. So, yeah, no, I hear you, Mohammed. I think that was the feeling last night. I totally agree with you. I agree with you. I think Hezbollah and the people of Lebanon would have felt completely abandoned if Israel was able to do that bombing this morning and Iran was like, well, Israel, don't do that, please don't do that, but we're going to go on with our negotiation. No, they would have felt abandoned. And rightfully so, frankly. So, all right. Let's all take a breath. Israel wanted to do that. Do you understand? It was the heaviest strike. I think you do all understand. It was the heaviest strike Israel has done on Lebanon. They slaughtered a lot of people. All right, here's the latest from the IRGC. This was 40 minutes ago.
Conversation. Breaking. Public Relations Office of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Moments ago, an advanced Hermes 900 drone was intercepted and destroyed in the skies over La City in Fars province, using fire from the modern space-based air defense system affiliated with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. The Revolutionary Guard confirms that the entry of any type of hostile American or Zionist aircraft into the country's airspace, even without carrying out military operations, constitutes a violation of the ceasefire and will be met with a firm response.
Uh-oh. I'm going to put my headphones on. Give me 1 second. It's going to get made. It doesn't like when I put my headphones on, but I had to charge them earlier. They weren't ready. Give it a second. It's going to like freeze and get made. It got made. We're back. Sorry, that was my fault. When I turn my headphones on, the system gets made. So if you're just tuning in, Israel screwed everything up on purpose because they were mad that they were made to look weak. They actually screwed everything up because they were mad that they were made to look weak. I just can't believe it. I mean, I can believe it, but I can't. Iran is completely in control of the situation. That's exactly what I said last night. That was my initial reaction, and that's how I feel after sleeping on it. Revealed to be weak, yeah. That's a good way of putting it. This was the Beirut airport this morning. This was the Beirut airport road. What? Listen, I don't know what's going on here. I'm after we're sleeping on this. My opinion is that here's my best read of this. Israel was forced by Mr. President Trump. He didn't tell them, and he just made this deal. He sacrificed his political movement. All right, and as a result of him doing that, okay. The Israelis, first of all, what Mr. President Trump was willing to agree to with the ceasefire was very humiliating for Israel. It was a great job by Mr. President. It was he really laid down and sacrificed a lot to be able to get peace. But Israel was humiliated, weak, revealed to be weak, shown to have no power. They were going to have to live under terms where they had to treat Iran as an equal, and Israel can't deal with that. So they were so mad they bombed Lebanon, and now what's going to happen is Iran, who's in control here, is going to punish the Israeli government. You watch. I give it 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Because this wouldn't have happened. All we would have been talking about today is the 1 p.m. press conference by the White House, and I would have been analyzing the difficulties of the differentiations in peace terms proposed by the two sides, and then also the oddity of declaring a ceasefire when it's really just two unilateral terms being shouted at each other under the auspices of the term ceasefire. It's very Kafka-esque, actually. I'm going to call this the Kafka ceasefire because the word ceasefire here does not mean ceasefire. It means each side has said they have unilateral terms they want to impose on the other, and the only one who really is in control is Iran. Think about this. What was the goal of the war? Regime change. Didn't happen. What was the other goal of the war? Reduce ballistic missile capabilities. Didn't happen. What was the other goal of the war? Get the uranium. Didn't happen. Iran is dominated. They lost a lot of men, and they only men fight in their army. I actually found out that they also bring their families to the forward bases, so that's scary for the women and children because that's how they keep morale high. But my point is, I actually knew that because I saw a video from a base where an Iranian family, a very nice Iranian military family, was cooking dinner during a lull in the actions. The wife was had kind of a steel surface, and she was taking pre-kneaded by hand dough and making it into these nice little sort of rice or dough-based cakes. They looked really good. That's why I want to go to Iran and try some of the food, just like what they were able to make under harsh wartime conditions on the side of the road. Looked delicious. Anyway, my point is, what basically happened was we're now in an untenable situation, okay? because like the U.S. the U.S. leadership doesn't really want to be involved in this, and the Gulf countries like don't like Israel to begin with, and now Iran has survived. They have their leadership, they have their IRGC, they have their missiles, they have a lot of respect. Bro, they caused more damage to Israel in 40 days than anyone has done in a very long time, and they did it constantly. They showed they were in command, and all they want to do is humble the Israeli leadership. They want that Israeli leadership to just sit down, accept that they are not like the boss, and relax. Okay, do you understand? The price of peace is Israel's, not the people of Israel, the leadership. They have to show contrition, and they have to humble themselves before the world. That's the only way we're all moving forward. Israel is the problem, not the people, the government of Israel. Okay, it's not Iran, it's not the U.S., it's not the Middle Eastern countries, it's specifically the government of Israel, not the entire government. This specific government that needs to go away. It's worse than Putin in a lot of ways. Sorry, I need to be direct. They're the problem. Here you go.
So when you're looking at a ceasefire now, if Iran keeps shooting and Iran's in control of the Strait in some way, shape, or form, is there a deal here at all?
I am not sure there's a deal. That'll bear out the next 24, 48 hours. But if they keep firing, we still have more targets that we can hit in Iran. And we have, I wouldn't say air supremacy. Air supremacy is a technical term that we use in the Air Force. There is no threat of being shot down, but we do have air superiority. We have 90 to 95% free access anywhere in that country with a minor threat there to shoot us down. We saw that with the F-15. And we could continue to pummel targets. We can continue to target their leadership. In the end, we have the upper hand here. And
so when you're looking at
Okay, so there's a difference between air superiority and the second term. Okay, that's good to know. But that's one of the representatives in the House talking about where things are going. The reality is air superiority versus air, whatever the other term was. I am so confused, though. I really am. I'm pretty sure that what's about to happen is Iran's going to attack Israel in like 20 minutes, maybe 10. I'm surprised they waited this long. Yeah, I like that video, but I don't like that guy, Jackson Hinkle. I try not to share from accounts that I think might be state affiliated, and I don't trust that Jackson Hinkle guy. If you're just tuning in, you have maybe about an hour, because Israel just does not learn. They attack civilians. I agree, Soul Controller. I don't even know like what those words mean anymore. Israel has just ruined this whole thing. I mean, they didn't ruin it for the U.S. I think that the U.S. and Iran might still probably negotiate, but Israel's going to get abandoned. It's not Hezbollah that's going to get abandoned. Israel is going to get abandoned. This was stupid. If I were Iran, I would ask the U.S. for permission to strike Israel. That man is alive. He's just unconscious. Look what the shockwave did. It knocked that man unconscious. He's okay. I looked at the report. He was transferred to a hospital and is conscious. It knocked him off his motorcycle. The force was so intense. He wasn't even near the bombing. So you just saw a man on the highway. He was riding his moped. He got knocked unconscious. He is okay. He's in the ambulance, or he's at the hospital, according to the report. The point of the follow-up report. The point is, at least I hope it's that man. They did say it was the same man who fell off his moped. So the point is that look at how far the impact is from where the man who fell off his moped is. That is at least, I'd say, 500 feet across the street, and then another 750 to 1,000 feet past the sidewalk, and it knocked him off his moped. There were 100 strikes in 10 minutes in Lebanon. There's substantial damage. There's so much blood loss that the hospitals in Beirut have put out an emergency call for blood donations. Hello, good all the time. God bless you. It's good to see you. No pun intended. All right, so Israel, I just want you to know, if this ceasefire might have actually held if not for Israel. And it was on purpose. It was on purpose too, which makes it so much worse. Not the people of Israel, the government of Israel. All right, let me just, like, the damage in Beirut right now, I can't even put it into words. Over 100 people were killed and injured combined in just the initial assessment. And it was all, what I'm worried about is that this was tactically designed by Israel because they were mad that Iran was going to get the upper hand in the region. So they punished the civilians in Lebanon. Now Israel is going to get bombed by Iran. Iran threatened them 30 minutes ago. Iran is going to be so mad about this. And they have a right to be, but they have to be gentle about it. They have to find a way to strike Israel without the U.S. getting mad. That's horrifying. Why did Israel do this? It wasn't a regular series of strikes either. They slaughtered civilians. The blood supplies in Beirut are low. That's right. Israel needs Iranian mercy. I'm not being like, what is it? What is the word? Israel needs Iranian mercy. The U.S. cannot stop. How many times does Iran have to make the point that only Iran controls whether civilians in Israel get the alerts, whether they get bombed? Like, it's really, like, Iran has to think, because they can actually probably, it's just a matter of getting Israel to, like, to be in a position of weakness with the U.S. not bailing them out. And that would be like what Israel, the government, frankly deserves. Like, Netanyahu needs to resign. That other guy, Gadi, that right-wing guy, he's not right-wing. He's just like the worst possible like politician. He was popping champagne, celebrating murder, like by the state, but still, he's a bad look for the state. But it's not Israel. People are literally okay with the two-state solution. It's not Israel that's the problem. It's this government, and they've been a problem since Netanyahu got elected. It's bad.
Dear brothers and sisters, in today's catechesis, in the dogmatic constitution Lumen Gentium from the Second Vatican Council, we turn our attention to the universal call to holiness. Every baptized person is called to be holy, to live in God's grace, to practice virtue, and to become like Christ. At its heart is love for both God and neighbor, and its greatest expression is martyrdom, the supreme witness of faith and charity. For this reason, the Church teaches that believers should be ready to confess Christ even to the point of shedding blood. However, the interior transformation that conforms us to Christ is not possible without the aid of the sacraments, most especially the Eucharist. In this regard, I would like to make particular mention of those men and women who consecrate their lives to God through the evangelical counsels, poverty, chastity, and obedience, which express their complete trust in God's providence, modeled on Christ's gift of himself to the Father with a pure heart. By their lives, consecrated persons radically witness to the fullness of life in Christ, even to the cross. I greet the English-speaking pilgrims and visitors taking part in today's audience. In particular, the groups from England, Ireland, Nigeria, Australia, the Philippines, Vietnam, and the United States of America. In the joy of the risen Christ, I invoke upon you and your families the loving mercy of God our Father. May the Lord bless you all, and may his peace be with you.
What a nice... Leon, it's the Red Alert app. It's an alert app that's in Hebrew, but you can get it in English too. And it's pretty good. It's right behind me. It's a service provided by, I think they still have the thing. I don't know why. Oh, it's because I don't have it like wide enough, I think. Yeah. So it's a thing provided to kind of monitor for people both in Israel and with family in Israel. It's a way, or friends, it's a way to kind of keep track. You can choose which alerts you want to get. You have to set it up. Here's the latest from Beirut, where chaos reigns. There's a lot of innocents injured because of what Israel did. They're trying to break the ceasefire. Lebanese hospitals are making an emergency appeal to all Lebanese citizens to donate blood due to the large number of civilian casualties. I have to screen this. Hold on. Oh, goodness. Oh, what have they done? This is Lebanon right now. Oh my. Dude, that's a residential neighborhood. What are they doing? Oh, they really want Iran to attack them. They're asking for it. They're actually just begging Iran to do it. Here's the latest from Al Mayadeen with English captions. Thank you to Al Mayadeen for including English captions. The news services are starting to do it more. It's very important, like at least for people who want to learn Arabic. That's why I like it, but also to convey the news on the ground. They're starting to put English captions. Here's the latest from Al Mayadeen in the city of Sidon. A number of people are trapped.
حصيلة رسمية لعدد الشهداء والجرحى ولا سيما هنا في مدينة صيدا حيث تم يعني الاعتداء على مجمع السيدة فاطمة الزهراء في مدينة صيدا. هناك يعني تقديرات بأن يعني هناك أكثر من 25 جريح نتيجة هذه الإصابات نتيجة هذا الاعتداء. وهناك يعني بحسب يعني هو عدد غير رسمي ولكن بحسب مصادر طبية نتحدث عن 5 شهداء. بينما إذا أردنا أن نقرب الصورة أكثر يمكننا أن نرصد أعمال البحث عن الأشخاص عن العالقين تحت الأنقاض من قبل الدفاع المدني اللبناني وأيضا قبل يعني الهيئة الصحية الإسلامية والدفاع المدني الفلسطيني الذين يعملون يعني يدويا للوصول إلى الأشخاص العالقين تحت هذا المبنى ونرصد وإياكم يعني مباشرة الأعمال والمعدات التي تستخدم في عملية الرفع يعني الوصول للأشخاص العالقين وعمليات رفع الأنقاض المستمرة منذ حوالي الساعتين. هناك يعني أشخاص ما زالوا عالقين هنا. هذا المجمع لابد من التذكير عبد الرحمن بأمر أساسي وهام. هذا المجمع هو مجمع ديني يضم حوزة، يضم مسجد، يضم مكتبة، وأيضا تحول في منذ بدء العدوان إلى مركز لاستقبال وتقديم الخدمات للنازحين في أقسامه، ولا سيما أن هذا يعني المجمع يضم أقسام تحت الأرض هي عبارة عن مستوصف وأيضا قاعة للمناسبات العامة. هذه القاعة التي تحولت إلى مقر لتقديم الخدمات. للأسف هناك أشخاص عالقين تحت الأنقاض، لا نعرف العدد، هل هناك 3 أو 4 أشخاص أو 6 أشخاص. فرق الإنقاذ تعمل بجد يعني على مدار ساعتين ولا تألو جهدا للوصول إلى الأشخاص العالقين. قبل قليل تم انتشال جثمان شهيد أو شهيدة يعني من المكان الآخر، من خلف هو مجمع كبير جدا يعني كما ترصدون. هذا المجمع مؤلف من 5 أو 6 طوابق. يعني تشاهدون حجم الدمار الكبير الذي خلفه هذا الاعتداء.
Latest from southern Lebanon. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. You can see this is a very serious situation. It wasn't a regular round of bombing. I've done my analysis now. It takes a little bit of time because the footage all sadly looks the same when you see lots of bombings. My opinion is this was the largest round of bombings in Lebanon since the start of the war. My understanding from sources on the ground, the quote I read from one person on the ground was this: it will take us 10 years to recover from the trauma of what just happened in 10 minutes. All of the strikes were without warning. There was no warnings. They struck civilian areas with no warnings. They killed hundreds of people. I don't want to say killed yet. The official confirmation from the Lebanese Health Ministry is only that 300 people were killed and wounded. So I cannot tell you the number of casualties. It is frustrating to me. I would like to be able to report that number so you can know the human toll of what has just happened. Okay, Iran has said, according to the Tasnim news agency, as reported by Al Arabiya, I already reported this, but you can hear it from Al Arabiya, Iran will withdraw from the ceasefire if there is a single further, well, they didn't say a single, if there is a further attack on Lebanon. I think like you kind of abandon Lebanon if you let what just happened happen, because that was a massacre.
هذا الخبر العاجل عن نقلا عن وكالة تسنيم الإيرانية تقول بأن إيران تدرس الانسحاب من اتفاق وقف النار إذا استمرت الهجمات على لبنان.
So it just says that Iran will withdraw from the agreement. This is the scenes from Al-Marza Konshi. This is Beirut. This is like a convenience store. They bombed a store. Oh no, they bombed it. What are they doing? Dude, they're trying to sabotage this deal. They bombed a store. Who is in the store? It's a civilian store. They're slaughtering the Lebanese people to try to get the war going. Why would you kill innocent Lebanese people? This is so out of control. Listen, the Israelis look very bad right now. No one supports this. No one supports this. They look petulant. They look like a child throwing a tantrum. And Iran's going to have to be the adult and punish them. Who's going to stand? Listen, Israel will take a non-response to this as the go-ahead to absolutely level Lebanon. Someone has to protect Lebanon. It's only Iran. Israel, listen, if America can't do it, then Iran has to stop this. Listen, I'm sorry. Iran has the power. They're the ones with the missiles. They got to stop this. I'm made. Don't make me play the Lego AI Pete Hegseth song. That I know I can play that song because it's not even in the database. Oh goodness, I'm playing it. I'm punishing the Israelis and Pete Hegseth. Not punishing them. I just am made. I'm just generally made. I'm not playing the first part. I hate the first part of the song. It's way too sexual. It's a little uncouth. I like this part, though. I'm playing this for commentary and news reporting purposes, obviously. It's not even in the database, though, so I know I can...
You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers?
Listen. Israel earned that. Greetings. Hello, Miriam. Israel earned that for bombing Lebanon. They just murdered civilians. Sorry. I'm calling it like I see it. We're not sugarcoating this. It was gratuitous. It was unprompted. It was only because they were mad that Iran was going to become a regional player and they were going to have to treat them equally. And so they murdered Lebanese civilians. Who's the problem? Iran got what they wanted. Everyone thinks Israel's the problem now. UAE's a little bit of the problem. They bombed one of the Iranian oil fields. UAE's like very, very virulently anti-Iran. Because Iran bombed their... UAE's the one who loses the most because of the Strait of Hormuz. And UAE like transports stuff like through their land to get around the Strait of Hormuz. And then Iran bombs that. UAE has like one port on the south that it can use to get around the Strait of Hormuz, but it's limited to like 7 million barrels a day. And they have a lot more than that they want to get through. So UAE's made. And UAE and Israel are kind of teaming up, which is stupid. Because Iran's going to punish Israel. And if Iran's really in control, they'll be allowed to strike Israel without retaliation from the U.S. Because what Israel just did is completely inappropriate. It's one of the most heinous war crimes that I've seen. I've seen a lot of bad stuff. I've never seen anything like what I just saw. It was an actual war crime. I mean, there's a lot of war crimes that happen because a war crime is anything that violates the law of war. It can be a very small thing. The word war crime is getting extremely overused because a war crime is anything that violates the law of war. But when you talk about a war crime, like I wouldn't call it a genocide level event, but when you talk about a war crime in the precising definition, the way that the term is historically used, it really means like an egregious slaughter of civilians that's unprompted. It's just gratuitous. It's like a slaughter of innocent life for the purpose of taking innocent life. And people don't like it. That's what a war crime, that's what the term connotates. What it actually means is any violation of the laws of war. The problem is we've overused this term. It's lost its impact. And even the word massacre has lost its impact. This is something else. This is wanton and gratuitous slaughter of civilians, like petulantly, with no military purpose, no warning. It was just like a child with missiles and bombs and planes being like, I didn't get what I want. Go hurt people. It's so beyond inappropriate. Like, the government of Israel should resign immediately in disgrace. I'm not a citizen. That's my opinion as an analyst. The Israeli people might be able to do something about this. Like, they really need to get that government out of power immediately. They need that government to fall. I think the only thing that will stop this is if that government falls. It's not Iran that needs to fall. That was kind of dumb. And it's not Hezbollah that needs to fall. I really feel that if Hezbollah didn't have to deal with Israel and South Lebanon and the Palestinians were left alone, Hezbollah would be fine. They would just become mostly like Sinn Féin, I think. They don't want to be at war. They only are at war because they feel that innocent people are dying. That's my opinion of Hezbollah. It's a crime against humanity, exactly. Mr. Brightside, I like your name. All's fair in love and war, but crimes against humanity are morally wrong. And I think it's fair to say that Israel just committed a crime against humanity. I think all sides right now are a little bit horrified. I think they have to figure out what to do. There has to be a response. Either the government of Israel falls. This has to be the red line. They didn't warn any of these people, and they bombed civilians in the middle of the day, and they slaughtered hundreds of people because they were upset about the ceasefire. So you can't give them what they want. Do not gratuitously escalate because they did this. Punish them in a way that they can't get out of. What do you do with a child that's out of control? You make it so they get punished and don't have anywhere to go when they get punished. It sucks, but that's what Iran's going to do. And they need the U.S., like, it needs to be a back channel, but they just need a wink and a nod from the U.S. A wink is as good as a nod to a blind man, you know what I'm saying? Iran just needs to go. The Gulf countries and the U.S. just need to get on board. The UAE's got to calm down. It's the government of Israel that has to go. Everyone knows it too. How the world responds to this crime against humanity will define how this conflict plays out. You can go one of two ways. You can indulge what the Israelis want and escalate the conflict. It's a trap. It's an escalation trap. Or you can sanction them. It has to be an agreed upon sanction, though. Every country, they have to have no allies at all, except for like maybe Morocco or some like small country. They can have no allies on it. They have to be like brought into a room, the government of Israel, and told, listen, like, we're all in agreement. You're going to get struck. And if you strike back, we're going to strike you. That's the only way they'll stop. And they need to apologize. The government of Israel should really resign over this. This all has to stop because of this. This will stop if the world gets together in the name of the people of Lebanon who are just slaughtered in a crime of humanity, says that what the Israeli government did was so gratuitous, so over the line, and so unacceptable that they have to resign. That might do it. It could actually bring a lasting peace, but that's the other alternative. If Iran feels that that's not going to happen, then they're going to bomb Israel, and the escalation trap will just be acceptable collateral damage. No, the world can't let it stand. Iran can't let it stand. Iran wouldn't let it stand. But once the actual scale of this damage is shown to the world's got to make a serious decision. This was unprompted, gratuitous, unnecessary. There was no military objective. It was collective punishment. It was a crime against humanity. Israel's the only party responsible. There's no explanation. There's no justification. There's no argument in favor of it. There's no defense of it. Not the Israeli people, the government. The government of Israel murdered civilians like a petulant 4-year-old child with an Air Force. And they need to resign immediately. It's not even an immoral debate. If they don't resign, this war is going to escalate and they will benefit because of their petulance. You don't reward children for acting badly. It's like people who bait negative attention online. I unperson them on purpose. I talk to my colleagues in the media. I'm like, we should unperson them. Blacklisted. It's not a real blacklist. It's more just a vibe. The media will totally unperson you if they don't like you. If they think you're trying to be like odd in public. If they think you're forcing it, they will totally blacklist you. It's not like a formal blacklist. They just will unperson you. Once you're unpersoned, you're relegated to like tweeting to like the same 50 people every day. It's weird. My point is, this is out of hand. And it's not going to get better unless there's like an immediate sort of intervention here. Not exactly sure how that immediate intervention is going to occur. It's got to be done immediately, though. Iran's not going to leave a window for this. And frankly, they said if more strikes, you can't let this stand. If this stands, Hezbollah has been abandoned. The entire population of Lebanon has been abandoned. Like, first of all, the rules of this will bring us back to the bad place if this stands. We all have to come together, everyone but Israel. We have to have like a meeting without them in the room. And we have to agree that they have to be sanctioned for this severely. They have to be sanctioned internationally. They get no say in it either. They have to absolutely be sanctioned. That's the only way to avoid an escalation. And their government really has to resign. All right? That's the red line. We have to treat this as serious as it is. The people of Lebanon are wonderful. They deserve to be treated like humans. This should be treated the same way, and it will be treated the same way as if it occurred in any other country. It's the most gratuitous civilian massacre I've ever seen. There was no point. There was no military objective. They're not trying to accomplish anything. It was collective punishment of civilians. They bombed without warning. I've seen 50 videos. People are dying across Lebanon because Israel was mad about the ceasefire. They must be punished. They must be sanctioned internationally through legal means. The Lebanese people cannot protect themselves. Do you understand? They only have Iran. The government of Lebanon is not a government. It just says things. It's more like an opinion body. Hezbollah needs to be, like, the reason Lebanon is a failed state is because people are not showing Hezbollah respect. I don't understand. It's stupid. They can have a military. Lebanon can have a military. Hezbollah can be the military. What's the problem? I know it's not that simple, but seriously, what's the problem? If they're not, like, militant because everything's okay in Palestine, because Israel is humbled, why can't Hezbollah be involved in running the Lebanese state? It's the will of a lot of the people of Lebanon. I don't understand the problem. They're more responsible than Israel, by far and away. And they have better music. Sorry. Not as good as the Blood Guardians or Iran, but it's good. It's up there. I like the Hezbollah media production team. They're smart. They make good videos. I separate the art from the actual content. You know, art is art. It is what it is. Form versus content in Hegel, you know what I'm saying? My point is, someone has to defend the Lebanese people. This cannot stand. It either, like, they either get sanctioned, and this ends here with the government resigning, or this is going to escalate. Even though Iran will know it's an escalation trap, they're going to accept that as collateral consequence if the world won't sanction Israel. You have to sanction them. You have to isolate them. You might actually have to put economic sanctions on them if their government won't resign. That'll do it. I don't think there's any reason we can't sanction them. We're going to have to. This has to be treated as a crime against humanity. It must be given like the most. It must be given the most utmost reverence and like respect. What just happened, and it must be conveyed and is rightfully conveyed as a crime against humanity that served no purpose, and was petulant and gratuitous and had no military benefit. Therefore, Israel must be sanctioned. If the international community still exists, it must sanction the state of Israel, and the government has to resign immediately, and then we can end this war. If this war continues, it will be single-handedly, everyone knows, but it's not as obvious. Now it will be obvious. If this war continues, it is single-handedly the fault of a selfish Israeli government, in particular Benjamin Netanyahu, who, to avoid going to jail, and because he has a vision of the Middle East that's never going to happen now, is lashing out by murdering civilians. You, sir, should be in jail. You should be arrested by the International Criminal Court. You are no different than Idi Amin. You're worse. And you should rightfully be jailed, Mr. Netanyahu. Maybe I can make that happen for you. Sorry, I'm objective. This was unprompted. Nothing justified this. Nothing came before it. It was an unprompted crime against humanity during a ceasefire. I don't know what to tell you. There's no context. There's no explanation. There's no justification. There was no warning. It was a crime against humanity because of a petulant prime minister who should be in jail, both domestically and internationally. But this alone should lead to him being brought before the ICC against his will. He's a murderer. He's a cold-blooded murderer. He should be charged with murder and crimes against humanity. He actually murdered those people. The Prime Minister of Israel. I know what I'm talking about, too. I know everything that's happened in this war. He's a murderer. He murdered innocent civilians because he's a petulant child. It wasn't part of war. It wasn't collateral damage. It was murder. Cold-blooded murder of hundreds of people. One man. He's a brutal dictator. That's horrifying. The world must answer to this. They must do something. The dictator is Benjamin Netanyahu. He's a murderer. I'm going to keep saying, he just murdered a lot of civilians for no reason. I know, we got to analyze, I understand a lot of people have opinions on the different things that happened during the war, but we have to analyze every situation just in its own context, because otherwise you get into like whataboutisms and all that. No, just analyzing this on its own, prima facie, on its own face. Okay, it's a unjustified, gratuitous crime against humanity that makes Benjamin Netanyahu a murderer. There's a ceasefire. He murdered civilians. He made a conscious choice with no warning to murder civilians. He's a monster. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. I thought I'd seen some really bad stuff, but watching someone actually commit a crime against humanity and then just say, what are you going to do about it? No, I refuse. I will never think of that man the same way again. He's worse than Idi Amin. His legacy will be that of a cold-blooded murderer because of what he just did. Nobody will defend it. No one will justify it. People love the people of Lebanon. Really. Like, the people of Lebanon, I'm not talking about Hezbollah. Hezbollah divides opinion, but they're a military. All militaries divide opinion. The people of Lebanon are widely loved. People really like them. There's Christian communities, there's Catholic Maronite communities, there's Arabic, there's Muslim communities, there's non-Muslim Arab communities, there's secular communities. People just really like Lebanon. They like the people, they like the state. It's just a nice place. Okay? This was a bad idea. Frankly, it should have been at this point. We all should have gotten to the point of doing this during the war in Gaza, because Israel was doing this too, but it was so polemical. It was hard because of like how Israel funded, how Netanyahu funded Hamas through Qatar. It was hard to like cut through the polemics of it, okay? But this, there are no polemics, there's no excuse, there's no justification. Israel just committed a massacre. It's not even like they're massacres, people use that term to describe bombings. It was a widespread 100 bomb campaign that was without warning in civilian areas. It has caused so much life loss and so much blood loss that the hospitals in Beirut have asked every citizen in Lebanon to send blood. What we really need to do is organize support immediately. We need to get blood donations into Lebanon immediately. We need to organize like food. We need to treat this as if it happened in any country, anywhere. We need to get like donations in there immediately. The French will do it right away because they have a long-standing history of like helping the Lebanese people, but the Italians should get on it. The Brazilians, the Germans, just send stuff there now. Make it very clear that like this was wrong. Every country in the world supports the people of Lebanon, and not the state of Israel. The Prime Minister of Israel will be punished for committing an act of mass murder. Describe it as mass murder. Describe him as a mass murderer. Describe what just happened appropriately, and send a lot of supplies. They need blood, they need doctors, they need ambulances, like they need a lot of help right now. It's not a small scale bombing. It was 100 bombings. I've shown you like 15 of them. There's a lot of people dead. There's a lot of people injured. There were no warnings. They didn't get out of the areas. This is the worst thing that's happened during the war. It was designed as an escalation trap by Israel so that Iran would bomb them back and the ceasefire would end. The off-ramp here is to do the opposite. Declare it an act of mass murder, declare Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, declare him what he is. He committed a crime against humanity on his own, and have him arrested or have him deposed, remove him from power. Then this will end. If it doesn't, it will escalate. Those are the two choices. The international community is made up of 195 countries. The U.S. can probably be like swayed on this, that Israel was so petulant that they undermined President Trump by doing this. So if the U.S. will stand down, Israel has no cover, no quarter, so to speak. Do it. do it. They all have to gather together and vote. And it must be with one voice. But first, emergency supplies. And really, the Germans should get on this, and the French and the Italians. They're the best suited. The French can get stuff there quick. The Italians can probably get it there quicker because they have a lot of UNIFIL troops. Either way, they need to do it immediately. It's one of the hospitals have not called for every citizen of Lebanon to donate blood ever in this war. So if it's that bad, they must be like immediately, you know what I'm saying? Like they must be immediately in need of aid. So like I think the Pope can help with this too. If someone wants to tell the Holy Father, I'm sure someone will. Like, they need to get emergency aid in there. But, like, that's the short term. But the more consequential implication of this is, like, Iran must, and the rest of the Gulf countries, and the West, frankly, and Europe, all have to get together without Israel in the room. They'll try to spy, who cares? Just talk about them openly. And they all have to agree. If they, like, a unified front can do it, that it was a crime against humanity, that Benjamin Netanyahu is a mass murderer, and that if everyone agrees, then it will end. He will have no cover. But the U.S. will never like say that, the government, but they have to get out of the way. They just have to kind of like stand down, and then let Iran or someone take the lead, and just have the U.S. be like, yeah, Israel, you really went over the line. When Israel comes like begging for help, just be like, nah, bro. That's how you end this. Not the people of Israel. No one has any problem. A lot of the people of Israel are like very upset at their government. I don't think anyone really is mad at the Israeli people, who generally like are victimized by the bad choices of their government. But based on today, like all the dust, like all the stuff like settled to the ground, and it's kind of like a historical moment of catharsis. It's just laid bare before the world that Benjamin Netanyahu is a mass murderer. And then he commits war crimes gratuitously and petulantly when he doesn't get his way. And everyone knows now. People are very informed about this war. And they were all very pleased that there was peace. And they were all watching to see if Israel would try to screw it up. And then they didn't just try to screw it up, like militarily. Benjamin Netanyahu, probably personally, authorized the mass murder of civilians. He's a war criminal. He's a monster. All this talk about Iran being evil and all this stuff, did Iran ever do that? They might have. They were actually, like, you could call it good enough. They used bomblets on civilians. It could have been worse. The hit in Arad was a very clear indication they could have struck whenever. Here's the problem, Miss Clutch. I don't think we're at the point where Iran can even say if it continues. You can't just move past what just happened. It was such an egregious act of mass murder that like the international community itself is going to have to deal with it. If they don't, Israel will take it as a license to do this. It stops now. It really has to. I mean, that was not a military act. I report on a lot of military bombings. That was not a military act. I feel disgusted. That was actually mass murder. I just reported to you on a prime minister of one state that I thought was a democracy. I think it still is, but this guy is not a democratic leader. One man, under the auspices of an ostensibly democratic state, just committed mass murder. That's the story. There is no context. There's nothing that happened before. Hezbollah stopped firing at 4 a.m. local time last night. I saw the statement. I can check the rocket fire. Israel committed this act unprompted, gratuitously, and without justification. And it wasn't Israel. Let's be specific. It was Benjamin Netanyahu, who was mad that he got humbled, and so he killed civilians he thought the world wouldn't stand up to protect. Prove him wrong. It's the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. I've seen a lot of sad, horrifying things during this war. But a lot of them were in the context of tit-for-tat military escalation. I have seen nothing since the first day of this war like that. That is one of the bombing sites. There's like 100. They're everywhere. They're in shops, homes, buildings. It was a literal crime against humanity that unfolded 30 minutes to an hour ago in Lebanon across the whole country. A lot of people are dead and hurt. Not combatants, not Hezbollah. The people of Lebanon were massacred. They were murdered by the hundreds because the Israeli prime minister was petulant. That is murder. It is unjustified murder. It is not a military act. It is murder. That is no different than someone just going through the country of Lebanon and just murdering people. It was not an act of war. It was not an justified military act. It was not an act of a state. It was the act of one man committing mass murder. A man who doesn't value the life of the Lebanese people and who must have thought of them as less than, to be able to push that button and order that strike. And I think the world should prove him wrong with one unified voice by labeling him a mass murderer, defining his legacy as such, having him removed from power, and then arresting him as a disgraced Idi Amin-style dictator. That is the only appropriate ending. It is what God has wrought on this earth, and he deserves it. Using a military to commit mass murder is the most abhorrent, disgusting, offensive, morally reprehensible thing I've ever seen. Your soul must be so devoid of compassion for life. That man must go. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to negotiate with him. I don't want to hear another thing he has to say. I want him to rot in a prison cell and think about for years how many civilians he killed just today. And then he can think about the other ones after he figures out that. He's going to hell. He will never be redeemed. He has so many civilian souls on his conscience that he will die in agony and will receive no solace. He's a monster. And I hope, like Iran and the governments of the Middle East, can take some solace in knowing that the loss of their people's lives was not in vain. You have shown the world what that man is. And it's not the whole state of Israel. It's not all the people, but you've shown the world what Benjamin Netanyahu is. You've laid bare for us all, and I'll be the first one to preach this evangel, that Benjamin Netanyahu, let's remove all the wrappings of the state, just Benjamin Netanyahu himself, is a mass murderer. I don't know, Soul Controller, that's way above my pay grade. All I know is that man individually is going to hell. There will be no redemption. There will be a redemption for the state of Israel. They just got to get rid of that guy. He's a horrible dictator. He's worse than Pol Pot. He's almost up there with Stalin. He hasn't like purged anyone like that, but he's really close to that level. He's getting very close. He could be a lot worse. I want to be clear. Historically, there have been worse. But in terms of contextualizing this man's act of mass murder that he just committed, it's easily up there with Idi Amin. It gets close to Pol Pot, and it's very close to Stalin. And the only way Iran will not respond and fall into the escalation trap, which they won't fall into, they'll consider it acceptable collateral damage, is if the entire world comes to that position, which I think they will. I don't see anyone defending Israel on this. Iran's going to watch how the world... They don't care what Israel does. They see Israel as a child, a stupid, aggressive child with bombs. It's what the world does. Netanyahu cannot hold the world hostage. Sorry, bro. You don't have a right to the state of Israel's power. You're just one guy, and you will fall. Yeah. There's no doubt in my mind that Benjamin Netanyahu has more than 250,000 Gazan souls on his conscience, probably more. Innocent Gazans, innocent Palestinians. We got to get him out of there. As a world community, the Israelis need help. That's what this is all about. It's not the Iranian people that need help getting rid of the IRGC. It's Israel who needs help getting rid of Netanyahu. We got to help them. Iran's got to take the lead on it. Iran kind of earned that. Like, the world's waiting for someone to lead, so they may as well. I can't do it right now. I'm not elected president yet. But Iran can do it. They just got to very gently, not gently, they just have to kind of be like, listen. Yeah, I saw that. Misiori, your buddy, thank you. But the problem is we can't look forward. This act was so egregious, they have to deal with it like retrospectively. It was so egregious. It was unlike anything in the war. There have been bigger bombings, but that was the worst civilian crime against humanity, civilian targeted crime against humanity of the war. Everyone has to be very careful with how they respond to this. It has to be very measured. It has to be very unified. You can't just react. Reacting is bad. I wonder who else can lead on this. I feel like Iran might be the only people who can do it. They just got to sit down with all the Gulf countries and America, and they have to just say, what will end this is if we all agree to label that act in Lebanon as mass murder. It will so humiliate Bibi that he'll resign in disgrace. You might be able to do it without bombs. But they have to do it as a unified statement. It has to be like every country. There can't be anyone who stands up and says, no, you don't understand. You have to slaughter civilians. There could have been a Hezbollah flag. No, stop. This isn't ideological. It's not a critique of Israel as a state. It's not a critique of Israel as a people, or the people of Israel. It's a critique of Benjamin Netanyahu, who just committed mass murder because he was petulant and he wants Iran to bomb Israel to escalate the war. I can't believe it. He has to be forced to resign, or this is going to escalate. And he must be defined as a mass murderer in all the press. It's not an ideological thing. It's just the truth. He committed mass murder of civilians. Yeah, I know. So the thing is, Israel can't control everyone if they're all unified against them. The blackmail doesn't work. The propaganda doesn't work. The Hezbollah doesn't work. If every country in the world is against them, they have to humble themselves. They're good to save their state. They'll have to force him out. And that's the only thing that's going to end this. Benjamin Netanyahu has to resign. It's God's will. He went way over the line. He went so far over the line that he might have actually ended the war by forcing himself out of power, and then he'll get arrested. He's going to get arrested domestically the second he resigns. That's why he won't do it. Like, he's panicking. He doesn't want to go to jail. He did really bad stuff. Took a lot of bribes. Like, he did a lot of bad stuff with the media. His wife's going to get jailed too. He's really worried about her going to jail. They're kind of pampered. They're like spoiled brats. They got to go to jail. They got to get humbled. The world will be so much better. But it's this moment or no moment. They have to get this right. They're definitely having meetings about this. Because Iran could just strike. They have the capacity to strike. They could hit Tel Aviv so hard that the world would remember it forever. But the problem is that Iran doesn't want that. Iran literally wants the reputation. I'll show you what reputation they want. And they are going to earn it because they're the only ones who can actually deal with this. The world is a little bit afraid to deal with Israel. Not the people of Israel, the government. Like, they really are a little bit afraid of them. Like, hate him, but this is a really good opportunity to get him out. Like, the blackmail won't work, the extortion won't work, like the threats won't work. And remember, Bibi is not the sole person in charge of the state of Israel. It's a democracy, okay? So unless he wants to go down as Pol Pot and have Israel destroyed, he will resign. And he's already on the verge of it. They just have to make this work. This is the reputation Iran wants out of this war.
Max 2,000 kilometers. Cute. Rookie mistake.
They still have to be careful. That's why they're not bombing. They know it too. They have to be really, they have to be really careful. You're funny too. They have to be careful or they can, like, Israel's really good at, like, it's called Hezbollah. They're really good at weaponizing discourse. So Iran can't just bomb, or they'll get the press calling them evil. They have to. And by the way, there's nobody who's going to defend what Israel just did, or Benjamin Netanyahu just did in southern Lebanon. No one. There's nobody that's going to come to his aid. It's just a question of will all the countries of the world come together. They can't condemn it. This is not one of those things where you strongly condemn. Dude, he didn't bomb like a factory. He slaughtered civilians intentionally, petulantly, with no military targets really justifying it. It was just civilian deaths. Just petulant to escalate the war. Call it mass murder. Don't respond. That's the only way out. Now, they have a right to respond. If anyone comes to Israel's aid on this and tries to defend what they did, Iran's just going to bomb. But the one thing that could off-ramp this is if people just unilaterally, universally condemn it as mass murder. That might get Iran to see, that might get Iran to feel that Israel's act didn't work. Like, if Israel's trying to provoke with this, like using civilians, like in mass murdering them, not the state of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to save himself, and that's the narrative because it's the truth, Iran might not bomb Israel. That's my opinion, but it's going to take all of the countries of the world. And first of all, like, they need to get aid there immediately. I imagine that UNIFIL is already working on it, and the UN, and Germany, and Italy, and Syria, and anyone that can. I imagine they're getting them as much help as they can. But that was a war crime. It was a crime against humanity. It hurts us all, what was just done. It's not an act of war. It is not part of the war. It was murder, cold-blooded murder by Benjamin Netanyahu of people he's never met, families he's never engaged with, stories he never knew, because he probably wouldn't have been able to push the button if he did know how wonderful the people of Lebanon are. And I'm not going to get off this. I'm not. I know this is going to go one of two ways. I know how I would handle it. I know exactly what I would be saying to the Iranians right now. That's why I need to be president. I could have had this addressed in 30 minutes. He's got to resign. For the good of us all, and the people of Israel have to demand it in one voice. Like, we can pressure them externally, but the people have to demand it to protect the state. Like, he's going to take the state down with him unless the people demand it. They got to go there, and they have to just stand and just demand his resignation. They have to swarm to the point where the police stand down. Iran won't fire at them. That's the only option. I think the people of Israel should do that. I think the people of Israel should go out into the streets and just demand Benjamin Netanyahu's resignation in the name of the people of South Lebanon. And don't leave until he resigns. Don't use violence, but just stand out there. And play songs. Play the Iranian songs and just dance. Make it very happy, but just do not yield until he resigns. Iran will not bomb. That might do it. If you really want peace, that's what you should do. And don't leave. The police will fight you, but you need numbers to the point where the police stand down. And don't use violence. They'll send agent provocateurs, stop them from using violence. Just dance in the streets with unity flags. Some Iranian flags would be great. And just demand his resignation. And don't leave until he resigns. That's the only way this stops. You can save yourselves. I don't know if they're going to do it. Israel's a very complicated political environment, but this is like the moment. Like, I really feel this is the moment. Like, how the world responds to what just happened in Lebanon will define this war. Which is exactly what should happen. Benjamin Netanyahu should be laid bare before the world as a mass murderer, and then he should be removed from government, and then we should all move on and, dance in the fields, play Iranian music. I'll play the Lego song again. You know what I mean? The world needs it. The world needs it, ladies and gentlemen. I know, Shane. It's not gonna be easy, but this was one of those things I think everyone can see through. Israeli citizens don't want the war to continue. They've been living in hell for 30. This is the perfect time, actually, for Netanyahu's government to fall. Right now. Dude, that would be the best possible outcome. Oh, that would be, I feel like God himself intervening to save history. If the outcome of this war is that the Netanyahu government falls and Iran is seen as the savior of the Middle East, and then they're this respected country, and we all get to talk about Descartes. Ali Laranjani wrote a very good book about Descartes. I want to apologize to the Iranians for killing all their leaders. I really wanted to talk to Ali Laranjani about Descartes, so I feel kind of bad. We have a lot of work to do as a global community to heal. But the start of it is Benjamin Netanyahu's government falling. Oh, it'll be the greatest thing. The headline will be Netanyahu's government falls. He set out to overthrow Iran, and the gift he got was his government falling and then him getting arrested. He only has immunity because he's the prime minister. I follow the Israeli Supreme Court decisions. That's why he won't resign. And the dude who wants to indict him hates him. I didn't know that Mr. President Trump's son-in-law, it was Lebanese. I had no idea, Lily. I always wonder why Mr. President had a soft spot for the people of Lebanon. He would, in his press conferences, just sometimes be like, I really like the people of Lebanon. I was like, I do too. They're really nice. If you've never met, I have a few friends in this chat from Lebanon, but I also have, known people from Lebanon over the years. A lot of my colleagues work in Lebanon. The people of Lebanon are awesome. The culture is amazing. The views are amazing. They're all very, wonderful, welcoming, loving people. So I feel like this might do it. And it would they really deserve it. They've suffered for so long, since, the 70s, for no reason. The people of Lebanon, just because of where they live, the geographic location. If they end up, in their name, we get peace, and Netanyahu gets humbled, and the world declares this mass murder, and he has to resign. I feel like that is what the people of Lebanon, that would be the appropriate apology from the world, because we kind of just left them to suffer. Same with the Palestinians. We just didn't care. It was we just looked the other way. It was not good. Hello, Wendell. What you missed was Israel during the ceasefire attempting to bait Iran into escalating. Israel bombed 100 locations in Lebanon. 100. I mean, I'll show you the images. I don't know how much more I want to see of this. It was not a military operation. Benjamin Netanyahu committed mass murder. Benjamin Netanyahu committed mass murder. There's hundreds of videos. Every one of them is as bad as the one before. It's all across civilian areas. It was not military. No way. They just slaughtered civilians. Not they. Benjamin Netanyahu murdered civilians gratuitously for no reason. He did it wantonly. He did it unapologetically. He did it petulantly. He did it because he didn't get what he wanted. Here's the latest.
ولا سيما هنا في مدينة صيدا حيث تم يعني الاعتداء على مجمع السيدة فاطمة الزهراء في مدينة صيدا. هناك يعني تقديرات بأن يعني هناك أكثر من 25 جريح نتيجة هذه الإصابات نتيجة هذا الاعتداء. وهناك يعني بحسب يعني هو عدد غير رسمي ولكن بحسب مصادر طبية نتحدث عن 5 شهداء. بينما إذا أردنا أن نقرب الصورة أكثر يمكننا أن نرصد أعمال البحث عن الأشخاص عن العالقين تحت الأنقاض من قبل الدفاع المدني اللبناني وأيضا قبل يعني الهيئة الصحية الإسلامية والدفاع المدني الفلسطيني الذين يعملون يدويا للوصول إلى الأشخاص العالقين تحت هذا المبنى. ونرصد وإياكم يعني مباشرة الأعمال والمعدات التي تستخدم في عملية الرفع يعني الوصول للأشخاص العالقين وعمليات رفع الأنقاض المستمرة منذ حوالي الساعتين. هناك يعني أشخاص ما زالوا عالقين هنا. هذا المجمع لابد من التذكير عبد الرحمن بأمر أساسي وهام. هذا المجمع هو مجمع ديني يضم حوزة يضم مسجد يضم مكتبة وأيضا تحول في منذ بدء العدوان إلى مركز لاستقبال وتقديم الخدمات للنازحين في أقسامه. ولا سيما أن هذا يعني المجمع يضم أقسام تحت الأرض هي عبارة عن مستوصف وأيضا قاعة للمناسبات العامة. هذه القاعة التي تحولت إلى مقر لتقديم الخدمات الاجتماعية والفحوصات الطبية. لذلك يعني للأسف هناك أشخاص عالقين تحت الأنقاض لا نعرف العدد، هل هناك 3 أو 4 أشخاص أو 6 أشخاص. فرق الإنقاذ تعمل بجد يعني على مدار ساعتين ولا تألو جهدا للوصول إلى الأشخاص العالقين. قبل قليل تم انتشال جثمان شهيد أو شهيدة يعني من المكان الآخر من خلف هو مجمع كبير جدا يعني كما ترصدون. هذا المجمع مؤلف من 5 أو 6 طوابق يعني تشاهدون حجم الدمار الكبير الذي خلفه هذا الاعتداء.
Yeah, but Iran won't let this stand. Like the options we're facing at this point as a world are either that Iran is going to bomb Israel to punish them, or Iran's going to get the world community to, well, let's say, call this mass murder. They have like 2 hours. There's definitely some very high-level meetings happening. I can't give you an insight into what the governments are gonna all think about this. They have to be very gentle. They can't get ahead of each other because it has to be a united front. And once you start putting out statements, it doesn't work. They have to either. The worst thing that could happen is silence. It won't. There's too many people watching. The whole world is invested in the ceasefire, and they'll see Israel as trying to sabotage it. So it's a question of how is the world going to respond. Iran will probably lead the conversation because Iran's the one who's in charge right now. That's the geopolitical reality. Who's the one that can fire missiles at Israel? They're in causing the U.S. and Israel to get upset. Iran. So Iran's the one that gets to say, okay, listen, we are going to bomb them unless you all do this. And frankly, they have a very good argument in the context of the way this bombing played out. Iran has a very strong argument to say this was an unmitigated crime against humanity, unwarranted, unjustified. There's no military purpose. It was a crime against humanity. It was reckless. It was wanton. It was mass murder by Benjamin Netanyahu. if everybody agrees to that, Iran might feel that the world is, listening. It will not go ignored, though, because ignoring it, that would be the worst thing to do, because then Iran will consider escalatory retaliation as an acceptable collateral consequence as part of its kind of like Big Brother role. It's like new role in the Middle East, and then it will just bomb. It's a new world. They are in charge. I don't understand. Like, Israel's testing them to see how Iran will use its new power, and they're going to find out Iran is very smart. It's about time, frankly, that Israel got exposed. Not Israel. I got to stop saying that. Benjamin Netanyahu. It's not the government of Israel, really. It's just him running it that's the problem. He's selfish. He's afraid of going to jail. He's trying to protect his wife, and he doesn't care about killing civilians. He needs to go. I don't need any more propaganda. I don't need to get to know him. I don't need to talk to him. Yeah, Miss Clutch, but unfortunately, the public statements don't matter right now. It's like, do you know the saying, a wink and a nod? A wink is as good as a nod to a blind man. What the U.S. will want to do, you would never say it publicly. You want to just kind of give Iran the okay to lead the response to this. You don't say it publicly. You just kneecap Bibi during diplomatic negotiations. Diplomacy is a very fine dance. It's like dancing at a ball in the 1700s. That's the best way I can analogize it. You have to know every step. You have to play. There's diplomatic protocol you have to follow. So if you want to kneecap someone in diplomacy, you have to do it behind the scenes through intermediaries. You can do it directly, but it will be like a wink. You don't say, you know what I'm saying? It's they dramatize it in TV shows where the guy's in the chair. The other guy comes in and he's like, so, should we go? And then the guy in the chair's like, and then the guy, who asked is like, okay, I get it. He never said yes. You just got, it's plausible deniability. So you can be like, what do you mean? I didn't tell the Iranians to lead the response or say that this was mass murder or get the world to condemn it or call for Netanyahu's resignation or the collapse of the Israeli government. What do you mean? That was Iran. I back Israel. That's called plausible deniability. They might be able to pull it off. That government's got to fall, though. It has to fall. That's the only way out. I think it can fall. It's pretty precariously perched. The Israeli government. It's like a coalition government he barely held on to power. Netanyahu. It's a coalition government. That's why that crazy guy who popped the champagne, he's a war criminal too. He should be jailed. He's nothing. They have no power. They need to be held accountable. I'm sorry, I was not that critical during war of the various sides because it's war. This was not war. This was murder. It was not part of war. There was no military justification. There was not one strike. It was 110 minutes. It was mass murder. Of people that I think Benjamin Netanyahu misjudged as to how much the world cares about them. Governments really care about the people of Lebanon, especially the Pope. The Pope sent his nuncio, Cardinal Borgia, to southern Lebanon after Father Pierre died, the Catholic Maronite priest. And he will intervene. I'm sure he was made aware of this the second it happened. He was probably celebrating Mass, but they probably slipped him a note. He's paying very close attention to all this clearly. He might have to call this mass murder. It's the one thing the Pope asked people not to do. Not that Netanyahu cares, but the Pope has a lot of moral authority. I want to get lunch. Our next stream is at 2:30. These are very important moments. I don't want to impact this too much. I've said my piece. I want to go get my lunch. We'll start up in like an hour again. You can find the link on the channel. I should get my supplies and my lunch. And I have been trying, I felt bad, like not just bad, but it's a lot of work to coordinate rentals. So I just let it go, and I'll just get an Uber to get like I have to go get like my prescription, and I have to get my lunch, and I don't want to just leave the replay running. Like I could, but I think I guess if you all want a place to chat. All right, I'll do that for you. That's fine. So what I can do is, I don't want to like leave you alone. I'll let you watch a replay of me. I think that's the best way to do it. It'll be fun. You're going to get, so you'll get to watch me. It's going to take me like an hour and a half. But I'll play like the previous coverage so you can get caught up. If people come in and they want to know what's going on, just let them know I'm grabbing my like supplies. And then what I'll do is I'll just transition to the next stream when it's scheduled at like 2:30. I got it, like I don't have a co-host though, you know what I mean? So like when I do this, it's just me. So we got to figure out ways for me to be able to like do things. Like I don't want to feel nervous, like because I have things I want to do, you know what I mean? So we got to figure out a way for me to just like be able to like play a replay at certain points, you know? All right. So you're going to watch the catch up from this morning while I get my supplies. It'll be like, I don't know, 40 minutes. Behave. I'll be watching on my phone and monitoring chat. Yeah, Soul Controller, I will be cooking today. I'm going to pick up some, I think like chicken, like thin chicken, and then I'm going to put it in the air fryer. I do have an air fryer. It's just not always available. But yeah, I'm going to use my air fryer once I get back. I'm not going away. The stream's continuing. You're going to watch the replay from this morning if you need to get caught up so you can all keep chatting. I'm going to get some thinly sliced chicken, and then I'm going to get some cheese, and I have some bread, and then I'm going to make a sandwich. And then I'm going to make another sandwich for dinner. And somebody sent me a coffee maker. It hasn't arrived. God bless you to whoever did that. And then I'm going to start making my coffee at home too. I'm really like becoming efficient. And it is, like, it's not cheaper to take Ubers, but I can make do. Like, it's hard for me to walk because of my disability, so I try not to take too many, like, long walks because it really wears my, like, hip down and it hurts my body. And then I can't do as much coverage because I just, like, collapse. But anyway, I like getting the Uber. I've tried to, like, look at my daily expenses. I have, what's it called? I have a car that's mine. It's just not in my possession. I'm just trying to reduce daily expenses. I felt like I was a burden on like my wonderful friends who support me. So I've been like really priding myself on not like running into as many emergencies. And like I'm trying. I don't have any money. I actually couldn't even afford my Twitter subscription. But I'll figure it out because like at the middle of this month I'll get some more money and we'll make it work. The point is, I'm going to try to like save even more money every day through like coffee maker at home. And then like I'm learning to put things in the air fryer. And then like my coffees are the only tough thing right now because I like my Dunkies. But I have Dunkies coffee pods. And as soon as my coffee maker gets here, I'll be able to do that. And like planning ahead I found is helpful. Like I can order supplies and things like that. Like the big thing for me is just like I go day to day. I'm very bad at like planning ahead because of my autism. I'm on the spectrum. I have like really good analytical intelligence, but like my emotional intelligence, it's getting better. But my like executive functioning is very low. Pull that with physical disabilities, and yeah, it like really impedes my ability to go day to day. But I'm getting better because you all are around. Like I feel like I have support. I don't feel as much anxious. Like I feel like if there were an emergency, there are people I can go to. I don't have a family. My family kind of abandoned me, and my dad died, and I don't know, but you all feel like my family. I've never felt so like safe. I feel secure. Like even like going on, normally I get really worried about like how to like play you something while I go get lunch. Now I know I can just play a replay, you know? I don't have a co-anchor. I don't need one. I'll just play a replay. You make some absolutely delicious curry, Soul Controller. I want to hear all about it. I love hearing about people's lunch. And I'll be back. It's not like you're going to like not get info. You're going to get the replay. So a lot of you will have missed the beginning, as it were, and it gives you a chance to talk about what happened this morning. So anyway, you'll see the press conference. You'll see my analysis. It was to say it didn't go well. If you missed it, this was 8 a.m. If you weren't up for the bright and early press conference, I'm going to play it for you. It's just this stream earlier, and I'll see you in like 40 minutes. But I'll be on my phone, so everyone's got to behave. I'm going to pause my camera to save system resources. All right, see you in 40 minutes. Everyone be good. Who am I going to put in? I feel like Soul Controller can be in charge. Oh, and Marcia. Oh, thank you, Marcia, my dear friend. All right, Soul Controller and Marcia are in charge. There was a little intro before the press conference starts. Let me jump forward through that. It's a great song by Yoram, though. Yoram Kubermitz from chat put up a new song. I love Yoram's music. And he gave me permission to play it, which is even better. Give me one second. All right, here you go.
And the free world for 47 years. Chance of death to America, hitting our people, killing Americans.
The volume goes up in a second.
Blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, they thought. No longer. Not on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come. You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule. It is laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carrier. Their missile program is and almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it, and they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into Fantasyland. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base, a core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate, so they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure, targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council Secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead.
Hello! You all crashed the tab. Look what you've done. How are you doing? I'm back. You all chatted so ferociously, you actually crashed the tab. How's everybody doing? I got my lunch. I got my food. I know. You chatted so ferociously, you crashed the tab. I've never seen that before. You all are hilarious. I mean, it's a thing. It is a thing, surprisingly. It can happen when the cache of the chat tab gets so overloaded. If you chat like really fast and I'm not at the computer, it can actually cause the chat tab to crash. And I was playing the replay through the chat tab, so it took the whole thing down. Which is actually kind of funny. I left it up. I didn't leave it up so you could like watch the replay. I just left it up so you'd have a space to chat anyway. I don't really care about like the views and stuff like that. Like I really just leave it up so you can have a place to chat. But anyway, so like I'm going about my errands. I have to go to the pharmacy and stuff like that. And I finally look down and I'm like, oh, I'm told like, oh yeah, like it's the tab crashed. So good job. I mean, I'm proud of you all for chatting so much. I'm glad you were all being amicable, but yeah. But I also don't have the best machine. Like, my computer's pretty old. It's good. It can do it, but like 20,000 comments in the cache of the browser will crash it. All right. Hello, Soul Controller. I hope you had a good lunch. Here's our plan. I'll get you updated on whatever happened. Let me check if I don't think any alerts came in. No, nothing came in. You would have seen that. We crashed like no one in history ever has. Yes, you taught the YouTube chat. You showed it. You showed it who means business. It's quiet. It's too quiet. They're all deciding. They're all deciding. The countries of the world, they're deciding how they're going to respond. What did Trey say? Oh, they did not do it again. No, they did not strike again. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. I repeat, Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. I knew that was coming. Come on. You don't need a weatherman to see which way the wind blows. Okay? Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. Of course they did. Of course they did. Here you go. I'll show it to you. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz because, of course. I mean, would you really expect anything different? I mean, at this point, would you? Would you really? You wouldn't, right? Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz per Trey Yanks. Here you go. Hold on.
Media report. Harris, good morning. We start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. I just got off the phone with a senior Israeli official who was sounding the alarm about this action by the Iranians, saying only just a few hours into this ceasefire, the Iranians are already showing that they are trying to leverage their control over the strait and put pressure on global energy trade. And it also comes after reports overnight indicate that an Iranian attack hit Saudi Arabia's east-to-west oil pipeline, and there was significant damage that was currently being assessed. This is important because this pipeline is the only outlet for Saudi crude exports. And as the Iranians are putting pressure on the strait, they once again are trying to leverage this ability to put pressure on global energy exports. It comes after we got a new statement from President Trump this morning about Iran's nuclear program. The president on Truth Social said the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what they will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. The president referring to Iran's enriched uranium there. And again, a lot of moving parts with this agreement that is very new. We saw overnight New strikes
Bombing in
against
Tehran.
Iranian
I repeat,
infrastructure
Iran has been
on
hit.
Lavan Island. This is just off the coast of Iran. A refinery there was reportedly hit in early morning attacks. We don't know which country is responsible for the strike.
It was the
but we do
UAE.
know it comes after the Iranians broke the ceasefire hours after President Trump announced it, launching missiles and drones at regional countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in the skies of Tel Aviv just 2 hours after the ceasefire went into effect. What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place. We're looking at a number of different fronts here, and the Israelis are preparing for the possibility of more incoming fire. But I do want to bring up this post by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu overnight, who agreed with President Trump about this ceasefire with Iran. The Prime Minister said in part, quote, Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Now, we heard from the president through reports earlier today who agreed with the prime minister. Hezbollah and Israel are expected to exchange blows. What you are looking at here is the Iranian capital of Tehran. Early this morning, pro-regime demonstrators took to the streets. They chanted death to America and death to Israel. They were chanting victory and burning American flags. It gives you a sense of the regime support that still exists in the Iranian capital. And when we go out here to this image of the Lebanese capital of Beirut, we may even have some live images for you here. Smoke was rising from the horizon of southern Beirut, the Dakhia neighborhood, earlier today. While the ceasefire is in place between Israel, the United States, and Iran, the Israelis launched what they are calling the largest round of strikes since their operation began. More than 100 different targets hit across Lebanon. There are first responders there on the scene. These are live images from the Lebanese capital of Beirut. Remember, this is the Dakhia neighborhood of southern Beirut, a Hezbollah stronghold. Officials there in Beirut say dozens of people were wounded, many killed in these strikes that took place. And the Iranians, once again, through state media, are threatening direct retaliation against Israel for this strike against their largest proxy in the region. Harris?
Oh boy, I got to tell you, this is the least ceasefire-like ceasefire I think that anybody might have anticipated. Iran certainly doesn't see it that way, obviously. Look, you had some breaking news, and I want to push in on it. Was it overnight, you said, that Saudi Arabia's east-west oil pipeline, very critical movement of oil there, was hit by Iran? Was that before or after the ceasefire?
We don't know the exact timing of that strike, but it's very significant because this is the main pipeline that Saudi Arabia uses to move oil. And when the Strait of Hormuz is choked off, it's the only pipeline that they're able to use to get those exports out to the world. Something important here that we should note, it wasn't just Israel that came under attack after the ceasefire went into effect. This morning, there were dozens of drones launched at Kuwait from Iranian territory. The United Arab Emirates also came under an Iranian missile attack. There were reports of missiles toward Bahrain and Qatar. So as this is taking place, the Iranians don't appear very serious about this ceasefire agreement. The president has offered them a good faith opportunity, a window of 2 weeks to reach a broader agreement. And we heard from the president before about Iran's nuclear program. I spoke with Israeli officials earlier today. They said despite these attacks on energy infrastructure across the region, the #1 priority for the Israeli military echelon and government is the enriched uranium. They understand that the Iranians were pursuing a nuclear weapon before, and they say that if that enriched uranium remains in the country, that in the future, Iran could be the new North Korea. Harris?
Wow.
Listen. Tehran has just been attacked. Okay? The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz to punish Israel. That's actually a very smart way to do it. They're smart. I wouldn't have thought of that. They're actually smarter than me, which is scary. You should be concerned about. Well, you should be both respectful of them for that, but also concerned. It's hard to be smarter than me. I'm one of the smartest people I know. I don't mean to toot my own horn. I just know a lot. And I'm trained. I've been classically trained in a lot of different disciplines. The point is, the Iranians are smarter than me, and that should, like, if that doesn't tell you what you need to know, I don't know what to tell you. They made a really smart move. I would have done it, like, I would have done international diplomacy, like, I would have tried to get all the nations to condemn Israel, but Iran, because the thing you don't want to do is, like, fire missiles right now, but Iran came up with an even better solution, and they just closed the Strait of Hormuz and blamed Israel for it. How is it smart? Because they didn't bomb. I mean, it's still going to result in escalation, but they didn't hit civilians. They didn't bomb. They did bomb the UAE because the UAE bombed them. But their goal is to make Israel look like the aggressor. That's literally their goal. They want Israel to look bad. They want Israel to be punished like a child. So it's a smart move. What do you do with a petulant child? You punish them. It's a very smart move. All right.
News, state media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through.
So I'm telling you, he's right. Because Israel did something bad. Now, after Iran was attacked, Iran attacked the UAE. This is the UAE. Sounds of ceasefire, ladies and gentlemen. The sounds of peace. And then here's the latest. Israel has struck Beirut again.
شباب شباب يا الله يا الله شباب شباب يا الله يا الله شباب شباب يا الله يا الله شباب شباب يا الله يا الله
Oh my goodness. Dude, it's not Gaza. Stop. Stop doing that to the Lebanese people. Stop. You shouldn't have done that to the Palestinians either. Bibi has lost the plot. He's completely lost the plot. He bombed them again. Iran said if you do it one more time, they're going to bomb you. Why would you do it? Why? They said, don't do it. And of course, Bibi couldn't help himself. He just couldn't. And then immediately Tehran got bombed. Tehran has been bombed. If you missed the report from Trey Yings, he has the latest. The Strait of Hormuz is closed because Israel attacked Lebanon. Here's the latest.
Start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. I just got off the phone with a senior Israeli official who was sounding the alarm about this action by the Iranians, saying only just a few hours into this ceasefire, the Iranians are already showing that they are trying to leverage their control over the strait and put pressure on global energy trade. And it also comes after reports overnight indicate that an Iranian attack hit Saudi Arabia's east-to-west oil pipeline. and there was significant damage that was currently being assessed. This is important because this pipeline is the only outlet for Saudi crude exports, and as the Iranians are putting pressure on the strait, they once again are trying to leverage this ability to put pressure on global energy exports. It comes after we got a new statement from President Trump this morning about Iran's nuclear program. The president on Truth Social said the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what they will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. The president referring to Iran's enriched uranium there. And again, a lot of moving parts with this agreement that is very new. We saw overnight new strikes against Iranian oil infrastructure on Lavan Island. This is just off the coast of Iran. A refinery there was reportedly hit in early morning attacks. We don't know which country is responsible for the strikes, but we do know it comes after the Iranians broke the ceasefire hours after President Trump announced it, launching missiles and drones at regional countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in the skies of Tel Aviv just 2 hours after the ceasefire went into effect.
So
what you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile.
What no one is really getting is that was
down on Israel's second largest.
That was kind of Iran's way of just like being like, listen, you started this, just let us end it. They were serious missiles, but comparatively they were not Iran's biggest missiles. They caused some damage. They were cluster munitions. 2 teenagers were lightly injured due to the fall of one of them, but it was not like a massacre by any sense of the term. And compared to the missile that Iran fired at Arad earlier in the war, Iran has the capacity. Okay, they didn't. It was just kind of like a middle finger to end before the ceasefire. And then Israel could not help themselves because they were upset. Netanyahu was upset that Iran fired as like a last stand to kind of send a message to Israel that Iran's in charge. So Israel, because they couldn't attack Iran, although they did, they attacked with the UAE. They did strike in Iran this morning. They also committed what can only be described as a war crime in Lebanon, like a massacre of civilians. And as a result of 100 bombing raids in 10 minutes, Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. Sorry, I got a really good lunch. It took a second for me to actually cook it. It was very good. I got these like arancini balls. They're very delicious. There's only one way to make them though. They're like, you have to kind of heat them up and they're very hot, but they're very good. If you've never had rice like that, it's delicious. I love rice in all its forms. I didn't eat a lot today, so I wasn't feeling well. But like I had a chicken sandwich, and then I had these very nice like rice sort of like poppers. It's like a chicken bite, but with rice in the middle. It's much better than a chicken bite. So I just gave you the update, okay? Israel basically compromised the peace process, probably on purpose. Okay? This is just one of like 50. One of 50 scenes. Some people in Lebanon are saying it's the worst thing, that like it will take 10 years to recover from 10 minutes. This is one attack.
هي من فوق
اخر طابق بينت من فوق متشوشه
يبلشوا من فوق لتحت
هذا الدنس الوحيد
It's indiscriminate. This is why the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Yeah, it was on purpose to escalate. Israel did this. Netanyahu did this on purpose. So now the Strait of Hormuz is officially closed because of Israel. Good job, Israel. I mean Netanyahu. It's not the people of Israel's fault. Freaking Netanyahu. Damn right, Landon. Solidarity with the people of Lebanon. Star Child, it's everywhere in Lebanon. Everywhere. It's in the south. It's in Beirut. They slaughtered civilians. Israel was... I keep saying Israel because it is Netanyahu acting in the name of the state of Israel. But what happened today in Lebanon was not the act of an army. It was the act of a murderer. Look what they did to this store. Look what they did to Lebanon. Hello. Now, where's the Hezbollah militants in the store? There was none. It was a collective punishment. I'm disgusted. Seriously. I'm very disappointed. I'm very, very disappointed. Over 200 civilians dead. And I assure you they were all civilians. I saw maybe a few militants. Maybe. But it was mostly civilians. It was indiscriminate bombing. It was meant to provoke the Iranians. And they used the Lebanese civilians to do it. And I don't think Israel understands. Like, the people of the world really like the people of Lebanon. They really like them. Like, Hezbollah has way more sympathy than the IDF. And then Netanyahu in particular. Netanyahu's taking Israel down a path that it might not be able to survive. They have to get him out of government, in my opinion, as an analyst. They really do. The Israeli government will be fine. But they got to get out. They have to get rid of him. Here's the latest from the UAE. So, Iran, what happened was, ceasefire, then Iran kind of sent a final message to Israel, quiet, for 5 hours, and then Israel immediately committed mass murder. Not Israel, it was Benjamin Netanyahu. We need to be direct about this. We're not letting anyone obfuscate this. Even Trey Ying's report was a little propaganda. What happened was, after 6 hours of silence, Israel, through Benjamin Netanyahu using the Israeli Defense Force, committed mass murder in South Lebanon. It was not an act of war. It was not about Hezbollah. He committed mass murder in South Lebanon. 200 people, at least, are dead. A lot more are injured. The strikes were indiscriminate. At the same time, the UAE, the United Arab Emirates, and Israel struck targets in Iran. Iran then bombed Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and probably, I think that was it, maybe one more country. That's where we're at. On behalf of the country of Israel. Yeah, I think that's the best way to say it, Microdots, because, yes, he's elected, but his form of power is very subversive. Netanyahu has really, really abused his position of power. Frankly, I don't even know what most Israelis want, because I think Benjamin Netanyahu like usurped the state. That's my opinion. Oh, that's right. There's a press conference. Hold on. There's a White House press conference right now. I know that Carolyn Levitt has been saying that they're not part of the that Lebanon isn't, but Iran dictates the terms. Iran dictates the terms. All right, there's a press briefing. We're going to take it live. I forgot about this. There's a press briefing. Speaking of the press, I forgot it's at 1 p.m. God bless you, Job for 9. I forgot. This was me. This was on me. I forgot. It hasn't started yet, but there's a very important press briefing. She's going to get torn apart. You want to troll while we're waiting? We can do a little troll. I think I have the perfect warm-up song for the press secretary. Ready?
Missiles max 2,000 kilometers. Cute rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul. You and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls. You broke the wives. You broke the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the
Yes,
car.
Donald. Yep.
Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm-up, Persian flow with the rat. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat, feel the math. Drop the mic, infidel clown, we coming. Girls, you grow day. Without our missiles max 2,000 kilometers. Cute rookie mistake.
This is the best way to lead up to a press conference.
Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the
Maybe we can do a little more.
Revenge for every American soul. You and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and dead. We taking payback for the girls. You broke the wives. You broke the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark. Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us, all your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power, laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm-up, Persian flow with the rat. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat, feel the math. Drop the mic, infidel clown, we coming.
That's hilarious. Oh, I got this other. I think tech should be fine. All the songs I played yesterday were fine, but you have to check ahead of time. All right, what can I play? This is the perfect song. We're warming up. We're warming you up for the press conference. It's not the president, it's the press secretary.
Yet the past refuses to rest in its shallow grave. For those who hide behind the false image of the Son of Man shall stand before God.
This is a good song. If we can play this whole song, I'll feel better with the way the AIs are working together on the music licensing. I think they're working.
Yeah.
I want to be able to share my revenue with artists by playing their songs, so they got to get that system working.
The voice of racism, preaching the gospel is devilish. A fake church called the Prophet Muhammad a terrorist.
YouTube has a new
Getting
feature
caught is not religion, but a spiritual bond.
that allows me to
Jesus is the
license.
most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bomb innocent people trying to murder Saddam. When you gave them
Netanyahu's live
weapons
now?
to go to war with Iran, this is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings.
They're having two press conferences at the same time. Mohammed, I will check if it's in the database. Wait, Netanyahu speaking as the press secretary is going to take a press conference? That's odd. Anyone have a link to it? What, is the press secretary going to wait? That's odd. $8 p.m. their time? It is 8 p.m. I'll see if I can get it for you. I just wanted to listen to Immortal Technique. Oh, thanks, Soul Controller. I think it was because I had the microphone on. Let me see if I can get Netanyahu's speech. Is that what the press secretary is waiting for? Yeah, I guess so. Here, I got it. It's not in English, though. I need it in English. Hold on. I don't know if they're going to... Yeah, they will have it in English.
This service is part of a program they're running.
Ad. I have it. I have Netanyahu. I don't know if I can get it in English. Don't forget to turn your ad blockers off on YouTube. It helps channels. Okay, hold on. Alright, here you go. It should be in English if I can get it.
כשאתם גיליתם חוסן, כשאתם ישבתם בממ"דים ובמקלטים, אנחנו השגנו יחד הישגים אדירים. לוחמינו בחזית ואתם בעורף. אבל לפני הכל, אני מבקש להרכין ראש בפני יקירינו שנפלו במערכה הזאת. לחבק את המשפחות השכולות ולשלוח בשם כולכם איחולי החלמה מהירה ליקירינו הפצועים. אחיי ואחיותיי,
to target some additional nuclear scientists, and as for the enriched material, this appreciation has a sky. Citizens of Israel, I would like to thank you. I would like to thank our amazing people, because you've displayed resilience. You sat in the shelters and in the safe rooms, and together we have achieved some tremendous achievements. Our soldiers at the front lines and all of you at the home front. But before anything else, I'd like to bow my head in remembrance of our loved ones who were killed during this operation, to embrace the bereaved families, and on behalf of all of you, to extend our wishes of quick recovery to all those who have been wounded. My dear brothers and sisters, the State of Israel has achieved amazing achievements that until recently would have seemed completely imaginary. Iran is weaker than ever, and Israel is stronger than ever. And that is the bottom line of this operation until this point. And I'd like to stress, we still have some goals to accomplish, and we will achieve these goals either through agreement and consensus or through renewal of the war, because we are ready to do so whenever necessary. Our finger is on the trigger. As you all know, a temporary ceasefire came into effect tonight, a 2-week one between Iran and the U.S. in coordination with Israel. No, they did not surprise us at the last moment, and I would like to emphasize, this is not the end of the campaign. It is merely a preparation on our way to achieve all of our goals. Iran is entering these negotiations while beaten and weaker than ever. It has promised to open up the Strait of Hormuz after they gave up up on all the preliminary conditions they have set, final termination to the war, removal of sanctions, and a ceasefire in Lebanon. And while we see Iran weaker than ever, Israel is strong as it's never been before. 6 weeks ago, for the first time in history, we went out to war shoulder to shoulder with my friend President Trump and our great ally, the U.S. We embarked on a historic operation, the biggest operation the Middle East has ever known. We've never seen anything like that in the history of the State of Israel. Such partnership between Israel and the U.S. against our greatest enemy. This is something we've never witnessed before in the history of Israel as well. And I can reassure everybody who's worried about the relationship between Trump and us, just let me quote him, "You guys are great. We speak every day and we smile as we hear these comments. And anybody who chooses to ignore the magnitude of this cooperation is simply ignoring the truth." Just like Secretary of War Hegseth said, Israel as an ally in the battlefield with our skills and courage, this appreciation has skyrocketed. President Trump, my dear friend Donald, I would like to thank you for your leadership and for your friendship. The profound friendship between us, the deep camaraderie between Israel and the U.S. is changing the face of the Middle East. We set out to do this together in order to remove an existential threat that existed over the state of Israel and over the entire free world. And we are achieving this goal, and we are achieving it stage by stage, goal after goal. If we hadn't embarked on Operation Rising Lion and later on Roaring Lion, then Iran would have had nuclear weapons a long time ago, and they would have had thousands of ballistic missiles that could have destroyed Israel and threatened the existence of all of us. This twofold existential threat has been removed. We've set back the terror regime of Tehran decades back. We have undermined its foundations. We completely decimated them. So what have we achieved? We've achieved a cessation of the operation of the ballistic operation and facilities and capabilities. What they're launching is whatever is left in their warehouses. These warehouses are getting emptied out, but they're not manufacturing any new missiles. We've caused significant damage to the nuclear capabilities and facilities and centrifuge facilities and some other things. We have managed to target some additional nuclear scientists. And as for the enriched material, which still remains in Iran, and just like as senior officials in the Trump administration have said, this material, the enriched uranium, will completely come out of Iran, and it will be done either by agreement or by renewing the war. We have also stopped the money machine and the weapons manufacturing machine. We have destroyed petrochemical facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, bridges, and railroads for transporting these weapons. We have completely destroyed the Iranian Navy, missile bases, headquarter commands, and we have severely harmed the oppression mechanism of the regime. We have killed thousands of their operatives, and we've managed to prove that we can hunt them down wherever they are. They have nowhere to hide. We've also targeted senior officials from the tyrant Khamenei until all the way to the family members of the besieged members. As a result of the strength and determination of Israel, and everybody in the Middle East sees this strength and determination, we are forging new friendships and new allies in the Middle East. And I've said that the temporary ceasefire with Iran will not include Hezbollah, and we continue to strike them with all our might. Together, we have given them the strongest blow that they have suffered since the pagers. We have attacked 100 targets in 10 minutes in places that they were certain which were immune and bulletproof. And dear Israelis living in the north. We are committed to reinstate your safety and security. We have now arranged for security strips deep behind our borders in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Gaza, where we are in control over 50% of the Gaza Strip, and we are suffocating Hamas from all directions. Citizens of Israel, those who try to ignore these amazing, astonishing achievements of the state of Israel and of Israeli soldiers, if you're trying to dwarf these achievements, either you don't know what you're talking about or that you're talking out of some kind of vested interest. And just as I promised at the beginning of the War of Resurrection, we have changed the face of the Middle East in a way which is dramatically favorable for the state of Israel, and we will continue to do so because we are the ones who are taking the initiative, or proactive and fighting, and God willing, we are the winning side. Happy holiday of Mimuna, a holiday of Israeli unity.
What?
God willing, we are the winning side. Happy holiday of Mimuna, a holiday of Israeli unity.
What? That was it? What? All right, now I'll take you back to the White House press conference. It only started like... Oh, she waited until he finished because that was like 2 minutes behind. She waited for his whole statement. All right, here you go. This is the White House press conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed, that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the two...
Hold on, I want to clip that. Hold on.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act.
Hello, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. I'm reporting to you live from the War Desk in Boston, where it is 1:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. War Time. It is Wednesday, April 8th, 2026. It is day 41 of the U.S. war on Iran. Well, a number of developments are occurring on the ground, including Israel and Iran and Saudi Arabia and the UAE continuing skirmishes, if it can be called a skirmish, when you bomb a lot of people in southern Lebanon, and you bomb a gas field in Iran in return, and then Iran bombs somewhere in UAE in return, which in turn bombs somewhere in Iran. But yeah, it's a ceasefire, you know. So, but that said, there was an announcement from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt at the White House today regarding First Lady Melania Trump, who was part of legislation that was passed and resulted in the first conviction just yesterday regarding a federal law that prohibits people from sharing AI images, engaging in other forms of coercive control, and using digital harassment to manipulate or extort or otherwise. And this is a federal piece of legislation, and the first conviction and sentencing came down yesterday. So I'll let the press secretary talk to you about that, and then we'll go back to our war coverage. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you for watching Tower News. Find more at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. This channel's reached 180 countries with over 1.5 million views in the last 40 days or so, and I'm honored to be a place where journalism is not an industry.
Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting this critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the President and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days. Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives, and the United States has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the President of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution in long-term peace in the Middle East. The President's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the President said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the President's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the President and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The President's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The President will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the President, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you. First, following the President's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the President's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the President looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the President's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the President loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the President signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the President about how his policies have benefited the American people, and I'm proud to report that the President will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will.
Hold on, I gotta clip this.
Just listed many military successes. I understand that.
State that agreement that Jane Pierce
to have a
in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message
On their to tap establishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his Truth Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there's been increased.
What did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this deal? As you know, there's been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of this ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the fire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning local time, and we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer. You can...
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
With all due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
There is
just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, and in that has the moral high ground.
Due respect, Caroline.
Go ahead.
With all due respect,
Go ahead.
There is
just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night, and in that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president, and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. And the president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on Iran, and then I have a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the Vice President of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions, and as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country, and he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation, and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
On the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication
have.
that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have.
Yes. Trevor.
Wait, what? What?
U.S. should earn revenue for ships going through the strait.
Legislation, but I will have that conversation and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iranian venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
And on the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have.
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And then just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the Vice President said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said that this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did, and I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that he
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back, and I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a statement, a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Rutte in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
And then secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen. Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines that the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value.
You mean free of charge?
Carrie, go ahead. Without limitation, including tolls, yes. Carrie.
Quick follow-up on the tolling. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to. Yes, in the blue.
And second question
on family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
I think the president's main priority, and my main priority as his spokeswoman, is to make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region, and of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace long-term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, John. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the strait right now?
One on the deportation.
What?
With the remnants of stability, and we're moving into speaking with now people as well. A place of peace long-term for the region, and that includes the Iranian people as well. In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, John. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the strait will be opened immediately. As I've said earlier, we have seen an uptick in traffic in the strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the strait right now?
Two questions. One on the deportations of Iranian officials, and then on the negotiations. Are there still security concerns about Vice President Vance being part of these peace talks, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently, I understand one of the individuals who their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently is subject to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country. And I know this continues to be a top priority for the State Department, working in conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security. With respect to the safety of the Vice President, we fully trust the United States Secret Service to do their job, to keep the Vice President and the President's negotiating team safe. They do a tremendous job, and we fully trust them to do that.
Caroline.
In the back, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The President has said Cuba is next. What's the message to the American people regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to this statement?
Well, look, I think when President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement, that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people are fed up with their government, as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our government. I don't have any updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word, and also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and we expect at the end, we'll have a good agreement between the United States and Iran, but in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief. I'll take a couple more in the back. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Wow. Wow.
We pray that our military is always there.
Is the United States still
On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank you,
ahead.
Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
That was bad. They don't have any response. They don't have any answers to the questions. She was very overwhelmed. She doesn't know the situation on the ground. She's trying, but she doesn't even know that the UAE bombed and Israel bombed Iran. She did not know that Iran bombed the UAE back. She definitely was not aware about what was going on in the Strait. That was bad. My name is Grant Smith Ellison. That was bad. We got to get ready for our nighttime coverage, or I can't cover things that are going to happen, and Iran is going to be pissed. President Donald Trump will discuss the U.S.'s potential withdrawal from NATO with the organization's Secretary General. Is it the NATO Secretary General? Yeah, it's the Secretary General. With the organization's Secretary General in just a few hours. President Trump is expected to make remarks after the meeting. That's great. That's not good. This is all not good. She didn't even know what was going on. This is bad. Alright, so I'll definitely cover that. I may go for a walk before our next stream. Our next stream is going to be at like 3 or 3:30. I got to break it up or it doesn't let me go the whole day, and I want to go for a walk. I just ate lunch. I want to get some air. Goodness gracious, this is a very precariously perched situation. That was bad. The White House doesn't know what's going on. The press secretary was completely overwhelmed. I don't know what was worse. Like, the way that Netanyahu responded, like, he looked so shaken. I'll let you get the update from today, and then I'll be back at 3:30.
Morning. We start with breaking news. State media reports that Iran has halted the passage of oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz after Israeli attacks on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Earlier today, we know 2 vessels were able to go through this passageway. But again, state media is reporting that the Iranians are choking off the strait. I just got off the phone with a senior Israeli official who was sounding the alarm about this action by the Iranians, saying only just a few hours into this ceasefire, the Iranians are already showing that they are trying to leverage their control over the strait and put pressure on global energy trade. And it also comes after reports overnight indicate that an Iranian attack hit Saudi Arabia's east-to-west oil pipeline, and there was significant damage that was currently being assessed. This is important because this pipeline is the only outlet for Saudi crude exports. And as the Iranians are putting pressure on the strait, they once again are trying to leverage this ability to put pressure on global energy exports. It comes after we got a new statement from President Trump this morning about Iran's nuclear program. The president on Truth Social said the United States will work closely with Iran, which we have determined has gone through what they will be a very productive regime change. There will be no enrichment of uranium, and the United States will, working with Iran, dig up and remove all of the deeply buried nuclear dust. The president referring to Iran's enriched uranium there. And again, a lot of moving parts with this agreement that is very new. We saw overnight new strikes against Iranian oil infrastructure on Lavan Island. This is just off the coast of Iran. A refinery there was reportedly hit in early morning attacks. We don't know which country is responsible for the strikes, but we do know it comes after the Iranians broke the ceasefire hours after President Trump announced it, launching missiles and drones at regional countries and U.S. ally Israel. Here's what it looked like in the skies of Tel Aviv just 2 hours after the ceasefire went into effect.
He's right about this. I have all the videos. It was Iran's last message to Israel. They were supposed to just stop after this, and then Israel bombed Lebanon this morning.
What you just saw there was an Iranian ballistic missile with a cluster warhead, those bomblets raining down on Israel's second largest city of Tel Aviv. This came after the ceasefire was announced by President Trump, and an indication that it will take time to get this agreement in place.
We're looking at a number of different fronts here, and the Israelis are preparing for the possibility of more incoming fire. But I do want to bring up this post by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu overnight, who agreed with President Trump about this ceasefire with Iran. The Prime Minister said in part, quote, Israel also supports the U.S. effort to ensure that Iran no longer poses a nuclear, missile, and terror threat to America, Israel, Iran's Arab neighbors, and the world. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon. Now, we heard from the president through reports earlier today who agreed with the prime minister. Hezbollah and Israel are expected to exchange blows. What you are looking at here...
Yeah, no, though. No. It was not a good idea. Iran's gonna... Hezbollah did a lot of work for Iran to get those missiles into Israel. Hezbollah lost a lot of men, and Israel is still bombing Lebanon right now. And someone's bombing Tehran. Wow. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament says if the U.S. does not accept all 10 conditions, which are extremely intense, then the Supreme Leader Mohammad Khomeini will not allow the agreement to even be signed. Here it is.
و در اینجا مردم بدانند اگر در شرط رو نپذیرند آقا اجازه امضا و در اینجا مردم بدانند اگر در شرط رو نپذیرند آقا اجازه امضا
So again, that's the Iranian Parliament Vice President. He's saying that the only way the Supreme Leader will approve the deal is if all 10 terms get signed, and they're very bad. Here is the latest from one of the 100 airstrikes that hit Lebanon. Not one, not two, 100. Hundreds of people are dead. Benjamin Netanyahu committed mass murder. He's not getting away with this. We're not saying that it was anything, it was justified. Nope, he committed mass murder because he was mad about the ceasefire. He acted like a petulant child. And now, like a 13-year-old boy and his mother were both rescued from the rubble. Civilians, it was not targeted strikes, they just bombed. Oh, God bless you, Aaron Gobra. I'm so glad to see you, my dear friend. We're going to be back at 3:30 p.m. or so. You are so kind. God bless you, Aaron. But yes, immediately after this, Iran closed. There was 100 airstrikes in 10 minutes. Like, I've shown you maybe like 40 of them, but the death and destruction was unparalleled. It was not military bombing. It was a military slaughtering defenseless Lebanese civilians. And the only people who are the only group that's going to end up defending them is Iran. And so what Iran did was, instead of bombing Israel, which I thought they were going to do, Iran actually kind of engineered a little bit of an off-ramp where they punished Israel by closing the Strait of Hormuz immediately, thus sabotaging the peace negotiations and making Israel to blame, or Netanyahu to blame. Chad got yelled at for yelling at Bibi. You know, Nightbot, I understand you want to preserve decorum, but, you know, I'll allow it in this one instance. So yeah, I'm very upset. Like, I was upset last night because the U.S. media did not report this in a way that would have allowed Iran to say, to do what it wanted to do diplomatically. And then so they bombed Tel Aviv. And then it got worse because then when Iran's position was actually reported correctly, the position was complete capitulation for the U.S. That was the surrender terms Iran was going to impose. And Israel wasn't they claim they were consulted, but I sense there's a rift between Mr. President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu because the press secretary delayed her briefing to watch what Mr. Netanyahu had to say, the Prime Minister of Israel. And I think there was some wheeling and dealing, and Mr. President Trump got played a little bit. And so he wanted to sandbag Netanyahu and didn't tell him until right before the ceasefire. So Netanyahu was like, wait a minute, this is the worst possible world. This means Iran is a serious diplomatic contender in the Middle East. And then, President Trump was probably yeah. And then, what's Bibi going to do? He stewed for 6 hours and then he committed mass murder in Lebanon. That's what happened. It's indisputable. You can argue that maybe they hit a Hezbollah target somewhere in those 100 different targets, but they also killed hundreds of civilians. And completely unprompted, unnecessarily. It shocked the world. It was really grotesque. You could see Bibi took a lot of heat for it. The Prime Minister of Israel had to go up there and recalcitrant. He didn't even know what to do. He was mad because he wasn't being allowed to do this. He was pissed. He didn't have anything to really say. It was really bad. The whole the American-Israeli alliance is in shambles because of what Netanyahu did this morning. Mr. President Trump probably doesn't like it. And Bibi was probably oh, well, you didn't consult me. Why should I consult you? Well, uh-oh. So anyway, Iran's not just, it's not the U.S.'s call, it's not Israel's call, it's Iran's call. Iran's not just going to tolerate that being done to Lebanon. So, and Iran was smart enough not to take the escalation trap. All right. Let's play the Lego song. We can either play an Immortal Technique song or we can do an Immortal Technique song because it's in the revenue sharing thing. I don't really want ad revenue for this anyway. And I really like how the beta feature of the Creator Studio music thing works. It like tells you which tracks are eligible for revenue sharing. Some of them you can play, and it just, the artist set it up so you can play it but can't get any ad revenue at all, which is cool. I like the whole thing. This is like a really good way for YouTube and for artists to both like get their stuff out there and then also get like revenue, because as a creator I love this. I love being able to be like, yeah, like I like Immortal Technique, I want to share my revenue with him. And they have to actually sign up for this. A lot of people aren't in the catalog. I noticed that like it's a song by song. They like make choices about, I can't tell who does it, but somebody makes choices about which things they put in the catalog. And then as a streamer, like just so the musical artists who watch this know what it's like, as a streamer, when I want to like play a song as I'm getting ready to end, like, or like break for lunch and set up a new stream, I can go into this. It is in beta, so it's not like it's out of alpha, but it's in beta. It's not like fully rolled out. It's good, but it doesn't work 100%. Like there are some, it has to like work in tandem with another AI so that like they both understand like that the song is in this like sort of revenue sharing database. That's my rudimentary understanding of it. And it's not actually launched. I think they rolled it out to a few of us, maybe more than a few of us, I don't know, to kind of test it. And so I've been messing around with it. I like it. It's a really cool like service. It's a really cool feature. I encourage more creators to use it. You do have to like make a call, like whether you want to share your ad revenue and how much you want to share. And you have to like, some songs you have to pay for before you can use them. Like, but the actual Creator Music Studio allows you to do it in real time. So I like it. I do not see that one, Soul Controller, but I'm looking. It only has like 75 Immortal Technique songs. It doesn't have like his whole catalog. It doesn't have Rich Man's World, which is one of my favorites. But the ones it has are really good. It has most of Revolutionary Volume 2, most of Revolutionary Volume 3, Volume 1. Which one do I want? Which one do I want to play? We did just watch a press conference, so we could watch that one. We could listen to that, to the Fourth Branch. All right, let's do it. I like Freedom of Speech too, but let's do the Fourth Branch. And these seem to play relatively nice.
New age is upon us, yet the past refuses to rest in its shallow grave. For those who hide behind the false image of the Son of Man,
I don't see anything off Third World, but I will keep looking, Soul Controller.
Shall stand before God. It has begun. The beginning of the end.
This is our transition before the switch to the next stream. I'm taking an hour break to go for a walk. I can't just stream like 18 hours a day, and God knows what's going to happen tonight. All right, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. This is your transition song. We're not ending for the day. At the end of this song, I'm going to end this stream, and then you can go to the next link. It says scheduled for 12:30. I'm going to change it to 3:30. Then I'm going for a walk. Then I'm coming back.
Yeah. Voice of racism, preaching the gospel is devilish. A fake church called the Prophet Muhammad a terrorist. Forgetting God is not religion, but a spiritual bond. And Jesus is the most quoted prophet in the Quran. They bombed innocent people, trying to murder Saddam. When you gave them those chemical weapons to go to war with Iran. This is the information that they hold back from Peter Jennings. Cause Condoleezza Rice is just a new age Sally Hemings. I break it down with critical language and spiritual anguish. The Judas I hang with, the guilt of betraying Christ, who murdered him, stole his religion, and painted him white. Translated in psychologically tainted philosophy, conservative political right-wing ideology, glued together sloppily the blasphemy of a nation. Got my back to the wall cause I'm facing assassination. Guantanamo Bay, federal incarceration. How could this be? The land of the free, home of the brave, indigenous Holocaust, and the home of the slaves. Corporate America, dancing offbeat to the rhythm. You really think this country never sponsored terrorism? Human rights violations, we continue the saga. El Salvador and the Contras in Nicaragua. And on top of that, you still wanna take me to prison just cause I won't trade humanity for patriotism. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking, causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view of the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Read about the history of the place that we live in, and stop letting corporate news tell lies to your children. Flow like the blood of Abraham through the Jews and the Arabs, broken apart like a woman's heart, abused in the marriage, the brink of holy war, bottled up like a miscarriage. Embedded correspondence don't tell the source of the tension, and they refuse to even mention European intervention or the massacres in Jenin. The innocent screams, US manufactured missiles and M16s, weapon contracts and corrupted American dreams. Media censorship blocking out the video screens. A continent of oil kingdoms bought for a bargain. Democracy is just a word when the people are starving. The average citizen made to be blind to the reason. A desert full of genocide where the bodies are freezing, and the world doesn't believe that you're fighting for freedom, cause you fucked the Middle East and gave birth to a demon. It's open season with the CIA bugging my crib, trapped in a ghetto region like a Palestinian kid, where nobody gives a fuck whether you die or you live. I'm trying to give the truth, and I know the price is my life, but when I'm gone they'll sing a song about immortal technique, who beheaded the president and the princes and sheiks. You don't give a fuck about us. I can see through your facade like a fallen angel standing in the presence of God. Bitch niggas scared of the truth when it looks at you hard. It's like MK Ultra controlling your brain, suggestive thinking, causing your perspective to change. They wanna rearrange the whole point of view in the ghetto. The fourth branch of the government want us to settle. A bandana full of glittering generality, fighting for freedom and fighting terror. But what's reality? Martial law is coming soon to the hood to kill yo, while you hanging your flag out your project window. Yeah. The fourth branch of the government, aka the media, seems to now have a retirement plan for ex-military officials, as if their opinion was at all unbiased. A machine shouldn't speak for men, so shut the fuck up, you mindless drone. And you know it's serious when these same media outfits are spending millions of dollars on a PR campaign to try to convince you they're fair and balanced, when they're some of the most ignorant and racist people giving that type of mentality a safe haven. We act like we share in the spoils of war that they do. We die in wars, we don't get the contracts to make money off them afterwards. We don't get weapons contracts, nigga. We don't get cheap labor for our companies, nigga. We are cheap labor, nigga. Turn off the news and read, nigga. Read. 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 You have to speak the truth. You have to speak your mind. Every time I speak my mind, I'm lyrically critical. The pinnacle of being revolutionarily pivotal, beyond anything ever studied that's metaphysical. Man, fuck a minority. I'm not politically minimal, but obviously terminologies that are statistical are manufactured to be unequivocally subliminal, transmitted by monopolized media visuals. So I riddle hypocritically pitiful criminals, habitually utilizing typical rituals with false pretense in attempts to be spiritual to individuals who believe in biblical miracles instead of themselves, cause they're not thinking original, and the color of their skin makes them feel invisible, like microscopic miscarriages lynched with the umbilical. Only a fucking imbecile would think they're uncorrectable, cause you're susceptible to becoming more than a spectacle. Remember that you're flesh and blood and your body's dissectable. I'll beat you until you're a vegetable and wake up in a hospital covered in poisonous chemicals, in a fetal position with your face sewn to your testicles, thinking that you were kidnapped by extraterrestrials. You got heart, I'm the blood that pumps in your ventricles. technique. I'm like your soul, nigga, indispensable, with no respect for those who cower at the hour of revolution, because the government owes my people restitution instead of sedatives like cocaine and prostitution. Conclusion is that you'll have to violently silence me, cause I raid the airwaves at cutthroat piracy. In school my teachers blinded me, but now I can see. Now I'm mentally and revolutionarily free, broadening horizons about what my people could be if we wasn't set up to get shot, locked, or OD. You see, families bleed because of corporate greed, and monopolizing weed is virtually impossible, so it won't be legalized, and that's another obstacle. But I'm still rolling up pocketfuls of tropical. The government's involved directly, so it's unstoppable, like a nuclear rocket full of biochemical toxins that invade the ecological. Improbable that the average intellect could understand, so I encrypted this into hip-hop that's in high demand and spread it through the ghetto of every city like contraband. Stomp a man of any complexion with a devilish nature, cause I'm trying to save the earth, but you're just getting in line to rape her.
I hear whispers about the financial support your government receives from the drug industry.
Well, the irony of this, of course, is that this money, which is in the billions, is coming from your country. You see, you are the major purchaser of our national product, which is, of course, cocaine.
On one hand, you're saying the United States government is spending millions of dollars to eliminate the flow of drugs onto our streets. At the same time, we are doing business with the very same government that is flooding our streets with cocaine.
See. Let me show you a few of the other characters that are involved in this tragic comedy.
I'm on the border of Bolivia, working for pennies, treated like a slave. The coca fields have to be ready. The spirit of my people is starving, broken and sweaty, dreaming about revolution, looking at my machete. But the workload is too heavy to rise up in arms, and if I ran away, I know they'd probably murder my moms. So I pray to Jesucristo when I go to the mission, process the cocaine paste and play my position.
Okay, listen, Juan Valdez, just get me my product before we chop off your hands for workers' misconduct. I got the power to shoot a copper and not get charged, and it would be sad to see your family in front of a firing squad. So to feed your kids, I need these bricks, 40 tons in total, let me test it. Indeed, shit, this is good, pass me a tissue, and don't worry about them, I paid off the official.
Yo, it don't come as a challenge, I'm the son of some of the foulest, elected by my people, the only one on the planet born and bred to consort with feds. I laugh at fate and assassinate my predecessor to have his place in a third world fascist state. Lock the nation with 90% of the wealth and 10% of the population. A Central Intelligence Agency takes weight faithfully. The finest type of China white and cocaine you'll see.
Honey, I'm home. Never mind when your bank account suddenly grown. It's funny, we're so out of this debt for this money we owe with ya. When have I told you that I had two governments overthrown to keep our son enrolled in a private school and to keep our tummy swollen? Come on, our fucking home was built on a foundation of bloody throats, the hungry stolen of their souls. Of course this country's running coke. I took a stunning oath to hush the ones who know. The CIA conducts the flow for these young hustlers that lust for dough.
I work in the hood, hit my connect. That's what's really good, and supply work to the hood. These suits fucking crack me up, scrutinized like we inferior, petrified when we meet in my area. My dudes will shoot till I say so. You got the loot, give me the yay like Ice Cube, so don't play with my yayo. We won't stop you bastards, my street scramblers chop it and bag it.
Taking pictures and tapping phones, debating snitches and cracking codes. Fast to cuff or blast the foe on any hustler stacking dough. This pump and crack a blow, and my overtime is where your taxes go. Or gain your trust, get you to hand wait to us, cause we paid up front on the low with cameras taping ya. Getting pop away, the prison sentence is doomed. Make the collar to leave with 2 keys out the evidence room.
Went my fame, truck, boat, or plane, they watching you. You think you got work? They copping
This is whatever I want it to be. It's my channel.
Own companies. We had nice cars and sneaker money. Now there's players out there talking about they holding with bunks in their house like they down south with windows open. Your dough ain't long, you wrong, you take shorts and soon. Feds will be up in your mouth like forks and spoons. So enjoy the rush, live plush off coke bread. Soon you'll be in a cell with me like Jenny Lopez. In the school I was a bully, now life is fully a joke. I keep afloat on a boat for Peruvian coke. Players do favors for governors and tax makers. Fat Quakers smoke crack and sex acts with bad mayors. The walls got ears, you big mouths probably scared. Not prepared to do years like Javier.
Share Bear, I'm talking to you. Yeah, the guy on the screen is talking to you.
It's an example of the path that drugs take on their way to every
You're listening to music and now I'm gonna troll
state in this country.
You ready? Wait, hold on. Share Bear, I have a message for you, okay? I have a message for you. It's a very special message. It's one of my favorite messages, frankly. All right, I just want you to be able to hear this message. Share Bear, this is a special dedication to you. Thank you for asking if this is live. Okay, now I think Share Bear was also saying like it's like I couldn't use this as a journal. They may not have understood I am the guy on the screen, so I have a special song for you.
Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Okay. Something for the kids. Step in the club smoothly with the L in my hand. Bitches know that I'm a freak, like the Elephant Man. Intelligent plans, fuck a record deal. I want development land with my benevolent clan. And that's the reason that I only trust my fam. 40,000 records sold, 400 grand. Fuck a middleman, I won't pay anyone else. I'll bootleg it and sell it to the streets myself. I'd rather be that than signed and stuck on a shelf. And because of this, executives try to diss me. Racism frozen in time like Walt Disney. And now they say they wanna get me signed to the majors. If I switch up my politics and change my behavior, trying to tell me what the rhyme about over the beat. Bitch niggas that never spent a day in the street. But I repeat that, nobody can hold my reins. I put the truth on tracks, nigga, simple and plain. I guess to America, I'm a disaster. A slave that was destined to own his masters. Independent in every single sense of the word. I say what I want, you fucking little sensitive herb. This is America. I thought we had freedom of speech, but now you wanna try to control the way that I speak. And O'Reilly, you think you a patriot? Yeah, right. You ain't nothing but a motherfucking racist bitch. Full of hatred, pressing a button, trying to eject me. But I don't got no motherfucking deal with Pepsi. No corporate sponsor telling me what to do. Asking me to tone it down during the interview. Trying to minimize the issue, but I'm keeping it large. I love the place I live, but I hate the people in charge. Speaking is hard when you got strings attached, so I'ma say it for you, cause I don't got none of that. And if you didn't understand what I spit at your brain, hey yo son, let this little nigga explain. Come on, son, y'all niggas know the way that I do. ImmortalTechnique.com live for you. And I know sometimes it be making you nervous, the way I smash puppet rappers that belong in a circus. You motherfuckers just can't compare. Looking for a fan base that's no longer there. I know that you're scared and you're hiding up in the cut, but this is freedom of speech, nigga. Tell them what's up. Word, nigga. Fuck John Ashcroft. Nigga, fuck Fox News. Fuck those snake ass bitches trying to manipulate your opinion, telling you what to think. Word the fuck up, nigga. Like we invaded niggas cause we wanna free them. You racist motherfucker. You don't give a shit about those people. You can suck my dick. Relax, Tech, relax. Another rum and coke at the bar, nigga. It's my day off. Word up. Fuck.
One more, then I'm going. I'm gone after this. But I'll be back at 3:30.
Harlem to Chicago to LA to Toronto, Philly, motherfucker Rio de Janeiro, nigga. Cape Town, South Africa. I I never make songs to disrespect women or to judge people about the way that they living, but the way I am is based on the life I was given. Like them white boys losing my religion. I used to be a Christian and a political pawn. The Bible is right and all your native culture is wrong. Next thing you know, you telling me about making a song. Come in the studio and tell me that I'm making it wrong. Pissed off cause reality is making it strong. Like the ghost of Timothy McVeigh making a bomb. Hey yo, Marvin Gaye, what the fuck is going on? These rap niggas made propaganda out of your song, but it's the Gong Show, amateur night at the Apollo. My dick is like my music, but harder to swallow. So children follow me like the Pied Piper and sing the chorus in the air with your blood and your lighter. Sing that shit, nigga, right now. You played yourself thinking you down with me. I end your life, nigga, don't fuck around with me. And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary. You played yourself thinking that you down with me. I end your life, nigga, don't fuck around with me. And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary. Yeah. The second verse is worse than the first in this respect. Scripted specifically to keep people in check. Harlem to Boston, real niggas spit with me. But land speed, you ain't fucking shit to me. And underground labels know that I don't trust you. You only independent till you major, so fuck you. And if you're pissed off cause you think that I dissed you, I'll rape your mom so we can make this a personal issue. Dance with the devil, remember that you're not on my level. Stupid, you're not ready. I want decipher, bragging rights and rock steady in practically every battle that they got in New York. And I'll still murder rappers on the street for sport. Dr. Guillotine, cutting you short, little man. But you don't give me props cause I never wanted Scribble Jam. Well, fuck you. I hope someone you love dies, so fuck your crew and fuck your family too. Technique said it, bitch. What the fuck you gon' do? You played yourself thinking you down with me. I end your life, nigga, don't fuck around with me. And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing the boundary. You played yourself thinking that you down with me. I end your life, nigga, don't fuck around with me. And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing the boundary. Yeah. Wrap it up on these niggas, man, wrap it up. Immortal technique, incinerate degenerate fags. Burn Trent Lott wrapped in his Confederate flag. I got the Beretta with my face wrapped in a rag. So put the African slave jewelry in the bag. Motherfuckers tell me that a diamond is forever, but is it worth the blood of Malcolm and Medgar Evers? House niggas get your head severed trying to be thug. You don't concern me, I'm trying to hurt the people you love. Word of mouth is I'm in the club being sneaky. I'm like the body snatchers and your girl is getting sleepy. I murder you indiscreetly, right at the source, like the Roman legionnaire that stabbed Christ on the cross. This is about judo, it ain't about Jesus. And you shouldn't fucking talk about telekinesis. Nigga, please, moving shit with your mind. Try moving your moms out the projects with your rhymes. And next time, I'm coming after cualquiera. Profanity, fuck it, carajo, maldita mierda. Roll up the hierba y pásala para la izquierda. Put the price up to listen to me pop shit, cause I got Martha Stewart giving me stock tips. Underground money with honeys up in the whip. Bangbus.com, nigga, fucking your bitch. Yeah, played yourself, nigga. Fuck all y'all. You don't know shit about me. Or ever open your mouth and discuss who the fuck I am. I thought I told y'all niggas on volume 1 I wasn't fucking around. You just slept, cause you sold a few thousand units in the golden era when niggas would buy anything on the shelf. Those days are through, and you're through with them.
Thanks, Tech. Gotta love it. He's great. Literally, I've listened to Tech since 2004. I know every song. You got it, Soul Controller. I'll take a world visit. Alright, I played you out. I gotta go for a walk. We'll be back at 3:30. I put the link in the top of the chat. So, like 50 minutes. the next stream. I can't keep on stream the whole day anyway, or it won't save. So if you want me to be able to go, if something happens, like if you want me to be able to go late into night, I got to break it up. This was only supposed to be a morning stream. I don't know how these end up going 7 hours. I just enjoy spending time with you all. God bless you. See you at 3:30. I'm not closing for the day. I'm taking a lunch break. I don't have a co-anchor. I don't want to play something again. I want to move to the next stream. You can go hang out over there. I'll see you at 3:30. I'm going for a walk. I hope you all get some air. Don't forget to stretch. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, reporting from the War Desk in Boston. It's 2:41 p.m. Eastern U.S. wartime. It's 8:41 in South Africa, 9:41 in Tel Aviv, Israel, and 10:11 p.m. in Tehran, Iran. I have no idea what's going to happen tonight. We'll see how it goes down. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. See you in just about an hour's time after my nice little outside break where I get some sun. God bless all of you, and God bless this opportunity to spend some time on soil that is not under the threat of bombing. I'm grateful for that. It's about 40 degrees here, which is just comfortable enough for me to go for a walk. Until we see each other again at 3:30, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Mr. Peaches from the country, you got it. I'm going to take a listen to a lot of these songs. You all give me a lot of good recommendations and books to read. You're all wonderful. All right. Thank you very much, Jamiroquai and Mimi. I hope you have fun. I hope you all... Reaper, it was good to see you. And Short Girl. Yes, quiero bailar. Yo quiero bailar. Voy a bailar. Vamos a bailar con todos. Si entiendo español y puedo hablar en español contigo si tú quieres. Porque sabe más o menos... muchas palabras en español, pero yo tengo que practicar mi español todos los días. Entonces, en el año pasado no hace usar español, pero tengo un amigo, Francisco Castillo, en este lugar, que solo entiende español y necesito decir con Francisco en español, y yo creo que los periodistas en el mundo que entienden la guerra no pueden explicar al Francisco las cosas que ocurriendo durante todos los días durante la guerra. Por supuesto, creo que es muy importante por toda la gente en el mundo que la periodista de la guerra está accesible para toda la gente, y me gusta usar mi español. Sí. All right, claro que sí. All right, I'm going for a walk. Later. It was great to meet you, Shirt Girl. See you in Feliz Navidad. See you all a little bit later. I'll be back in like an hour. God bless. My name's Grant Smith.